Rialto City Council. Today is Tuesday, July 25th, 2023. It is 6:23. Madam City Clerk?
It's 6:36.
6:36.
Yes.
Thank you. 6:36. This is the regular meeting of the Rialto City Council. The Rialto City acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency, the Rialto Utility, and the Rialto Housing. Madam City Clerk, can I please get a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Annick Carousels,
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Present.
Councilmember Scott,
Present.
Councilmember Baca,
Present.
City Attorney Eric Vell,
Present.
Acting City Manager Aaron Brown. I know the mayor is here in the building, so when she joined the meeting, I will note her time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, can we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Trujillo, and please stay standing for Pastor Baron Flavery from Valley Fellowship SDA Church.
Please rise, put your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. Thank you, Council, for this privilege. We take the position of prayer that you desire. God of all, we are grateful for the privilege of service. We ask tonight that you would grant wisdom to all of those that speak and share in decision-making today. We pray for the leadership and for their courage, for their wisdom, and for all that they need to hear and decide tonight. We appreciate the power of words and the weight of policy. Tonight, as they represent and make policy and consider different decisions for the city of Rialto, may they also bear in mind the families and those that live here. Lord, we are grateful today for life, and we are humbled by the reality of things that are beyond our control as we seek to grapple with the things that are within our control. May you and may all the citizens of Rialto be honored tonight and be heard. In your name, amen. Amen.
City Attorney, can you please report out a closed session?
I'd be happy to do that, Mayor Pro Tem. The council had 5 primary issues on its closed session agenda for this evening. The first was a conference with legal counsel with regard to 7 items of anticipated litigation. They had discussions with the city attorney with regard to those items and special counsel. There's no other reportable action. The second item was 2 items of existing litigation. Had a report from the city attorney's office on both of those items. Gave direction, but there's no other reportable action. There was no action on item 3, conference with real property negotiators. Item 4 was a conference with the labor negotiator. Council had a discussion with acting city manager Aaron Brown and gave direction, but there was no other reportable action. And then finally, there was the item 5 with the public employee performance evaluation of the city attorney, which the council did engage in with the city attorney. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for getting the meeting started. We've got a lot of people out here, and we have a number of presentations and proclamations, and so I want to make sure we move through them. I'm going to probably take out of order just a little and keep that, the memoriam for Miss Demithia Thompson will go. After that, we will take the congressional recognition for Detective Watson, which she will be receiving from Congressman Pete Aguilar's office. And then I'm going to move up our proclamation and the presentation to all of the Little League teams that we have in Pony League here for the U.S. Conference of Mayors Play Ball program. And then on the proclamation for the Never Give Up Day, I don't believe we have any particular person here to receive, so we will just definitely take care of those things in that order. Just acknowledge the proclamation will go out and what it means. So with that, I would like to say, is there a Miss Powell is going to, somebody said Miss Powell is here to receive this presentation in recognition. I'll come down and present it. Okay, this is Miss Powell. She is the daughter to Miss Demithia Thompson. And Miss Thompson was a resident of Rialto, and she did pass away July 6th. But I want to take the opportunity to read this to our audience on behalf of Miss Demithia. Miss Demithia was born October 10th, 1926, in Bolton, Mississippi, to Dan Lofton Mason and O.B. Brown Mason, who preceded her in death. Demithia was born on her grandparents' farm and delivered by her grandmother, Collie Mason. She was the oldest of 11 children. She received her early Christian training and education at Orange Hill Missionary Baptist Church. When she wasn't attending school, she helped on the family farm and worked in the cotton fields, assisting her family. Demithia loved sharing with people how one morning she was standing in her kitchen and crying out to the Lord in prayer, and she heard a voice saying that the sun was going to shine in her backyard, and it did. Listening and believing in the voice of the Lord in the year of 1960 via Greyhound bus, Demithia moved herself and her children from the state of Mississippi to the state of California for better opportunities. Demithia attended several churches over the years after arriving in California. She was on many boards in the choir and even performed on 3 gospel albums. In 1978, she relocated her family to Rialto. In 1993, she retired from the Los Angeles County after 20 years of service and continued to immerse herself in working within the church. After retirement, Demithia enjoyed spending time with her ever-growing family. Most of all, she enjoyed tending to her garden, which was her pride and joy. Her dedication to her garden would win her several City of Rialto Good Neighbor Recognition Awards in recognition of the beautification of her neighborhood. Throughout the years, Demithia had always stated how good God had been to her and her family, and how she had been blessed, and how she lived a good and relaxed life. On July 6th of 2023, Demithia answered the call to come home. Demithia leaves behind to cherish her memories, her daughter Barbara Powell Robinson and Jerry, son Alonzo Jones and Sonia, daughter Demithia Williams, son Eddie Lee Jones, daughter Dr. Edna King, son Arthur Jones, son Gregory Jones Sr. and Tanya, daughter Marie Jones, Charles, son Floyd Thompson, Lisa, brothers James Mason, Grafton Mason, and sister Katie, I should say, LaGuardi, 30 grandchildren, 57 great-grandchildren, 15 great-great-grandchildren, and a host of nieces and nephews. And it's with honor that we give this to you in memory of your mom. And all of that is signed by myself and my colleagues, and it's dated on July 25th of this year, 2023. And so just really honored that we had the pleasure of having her in our space and in our universe. And would you like to say anything in closing about your?
Thank you, Mayor, and to all the city council members. 1830s North Sycamore is going to stay the same. The yard will stay the same.
Okay.
So thank you very much from all of my siblings.
All right. Thank you, guys. next presentation, I will turn over to Congressman Pete Aguilar's office, and it's going to be presented by, I think, Mr. Kurt Lewis. So, Mr. Lewis, why don't you come on up to the podium? Aguilar, I don't know how I say Aguilar.
Good afternoon, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, guests, visitors, friends. My name is Kurt Lewis. I serve as the Grants Director for Congressman Aguilar, and when he's away on votes, I get a chance to come out and make presentations like this one. I was particularly interested in doing this one this evening because I think there's a message here. I think the message is one that, if you know the story of what happened and how Detective Watson went above and beyond the call of duty to help secure safety of one of our own children, the message that I'm seeing is that if you see something, say something, particularly regarding the youth of our community. And so with that, when Congressman Aguilar found out about that, and Mayor, thank you for bringing it to our attention, he wanted to make sure that it was preserved for everyone to know about. And so that's why it was placed in the official congressional history book, the Congressional Record. And so we have a certificate to present this evening to you, Detective Watson. And thank you so much for all that you've done. And we look forward, we know that you're trained to do that, but you went out above and beyond what you were required to do. And we do appreciate that. And let me present you with this certificate. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Okay. And that is a copy for the city. Oh, my gosh. Again, well, thank you. Detective Watson has stepped out of the room, but I just want to say, if you haven't heard the story of what Detective Watson did to manage to bring a young lady back all the way from the East Coast, and also how a law enforcement officer in New York also was injured in the course of trying to bring this young lady back. I don't know if, thank you, Detective, I don't know if you want to come to the podium and say anything, or if her boss, who's standing in the audience, would love to say something. I will say, I heard Captain Vega actually went to DC when you were presented at the Department of Justice. And I want you guys to know there was only 2 people out of a whole bunch of people who were recognized with the Department of Justice, but only 2. One was another lady or another person, and the only other one was our own Detective Watson. So that in itself. And to pair what Captain Vega said, and he's not in the room, he goes, Mayor, I didn't know it was that big of a deal until I got there. And it was a big deal. So thank you. And so, Chief, I didn't know if you wanted anything to add to that. Or what's?
So I would like to thank my chief. I would like to thank my department, the city council, and the city that not only I work for, but I live in as well. And I am here to help whoever needs help. And I'm here for the children, most definitely. And I want to bring them all home safe. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll make this brief. You all know the story. Some of the audience members don't, especially those at home. But basically, the short story is we got a call of a missing juvenile. And through Detective Watson's incredible detective work, investigative work, learned that the female that was basically taken against her will wound up on an airplane from LAX to New York. A lot of people would just give up on this case. This detective absolutely said no. When she says that she cares about children, it's exactly what she does. Through her diligence and just her keen sense, she actually started pinging the phone. She actually started to get a rapport with the missing juvenile. The juvenile took the suspect's phone, texted her back, basically told her, you know, please don't respond to this, but I need help. She was able to get a hold of NYPD and locate the juvenile. A detective or an officer over in NYPD did get injured, and they were able to successfully get her back, and that suspect is in custody, and it's all because of this detective that would not provide.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know why I did the pictures. She's the one who did all the work.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief, and thank you for adding that. Okay. Now the next one that we will be presenting, yeah, share with each other. It's a big deal to end up getting put in the records in Congress. The next event I will, paper cut. I need a greenie. Oh, everybody cares. The next presentation is going to be a proclamation on behalf of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which we're a member of, and every year annually, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, along with Major League Baseball, hosts a play ball event throughout the United States. And so this year, we participated, and it will be 3 of our little leagues, 1 pony league and 2 little leagues, who participated. They came out of our Bud Bender Park, and I'm going to bring them in so that I can give them all, come on in, little leaguers from Bud Bender. I'm going to give them all certificates, those that came. Okay. Now, while they're all coming in, come on in and line up. We've got 2 little leagues and 1 pony league in our city. And Evan, where's Evan? Is Evan in the crowd? Not yet? Come on in. Yes, yes, yes. You guys, everybody. We only will go past capacity for a brief moment. So just hold your breath. Come on in. You, the big guys, get in the back. I think this is the Pony League, right? What's the name of the team again? What? The name, she told me the name of Lucy, you gave me a different name for the name of your Pony League team. What was it? Oh, they're called the All-Stars. Okay.
These are all the All-Star teams right now.
Oh, these are all the All-Star teams. Okay. So, you speak up. Come up and tell us exactly. This is the team, Mother. Okay, so tell them exactly.
Okay, so we have 3 teams that made it as, we have 1 team that got a banner for district, and then we have they're the 14s, and then we have the 10-year-olds who made it all the way to Super Regions, and then the 8-year-olds who made it all the way to Super Regions. It's an accomplishment. I'm proud of them. They played well under hot weather, so they're amazing. I thank you, and let's do it again next year, guys.
Okay, and Ms. Flores shared with me, we have 3 teams, a total of 36, although I have 37 names. Okay, and where is Evan? Did he come?
Evan, yes.
Evan, step up. Okay. Evan, Evan, you gotta come forward. I think we have a picture. I want you guys to know, and part of doing the Major League Baseball play ball, they want to see our kids involved in something. So I was honored to be asked to come to our minor league team, which is the San Manuel Stadium, and I was to throw out the pitch. Well, you've heard about a designated batter. I have a designated pitcher. And this young man, unfortunately, we did not get a pitch of him videoing it, but he went up on the mound. I was standing behind him, and he threw out the first pitch for me, Evan. Evan went across the plate. The catcher was shocked. Okay, 45 feet. It was so fast and so straight. I said, this young man has an arm. I'm sure all of them, but he nailed it. And so I was just honored that he was able to be there and represent us and represent Rialto. I want to make sure that we're going to send him a picture, because I'm going to throw out the first pitch this Friday, because we are having a end of the summer big game night where the Fresno Grizzlies won their division, and believe it or not, well, I don't say believe, our Sixers won the division. So we've got playoff time going on in our city, and I have made arrangements for Evan, if he's going to be able to be there, to come back out and throw the pitch out for me so we can get video to send to the Major League Baseball, because I want to make sure you and all the others start getting practice. Major League Baseball has an internship program, and they want to see this talent at the early ages so that they can begin to help them go to camps, pitching camps, all the things you guys want to do. And I'd love to see Evan or any of you be the next one of the pitchers. And I know that there's a few people who are really into baseball up there besides me. Being able to see us call one more that ends up in the major league in about, because what grade are you in now? Oh, 5th grade. See, so we got at least about 7 more years before he graduates from high school. But you guys are gonna need to track him and the others. I'm sure they're just as sharp. I asked for 2 or 3 pitchers. Where's the pitchers? Raise your hands. Yeah, we got some hot stuff going. It must be because they won district. So I am going to read off the certificate. All of them are going to get their own certificate. This will be going to Major League Baseball, but it's a certificate of recognition presented to, and they're all here individually. You have your own. In recognition of your participation in the U.S. Conference of Mayors Major League Baseball Play Ball Initiative, which focuses on kids playing the sport of baseball. The City of Rialto thanks the members of the Rialto Pony League 2023 All-Stars for participating. And it's signed by myself and all of the other council members. But Ms. Flores knows, she already has 37 tickets for all of you guys to come down to the game Friday evening, free, and tickets for the parents, or at least 9 chaperones for 1-4. And we're gonna have baseball. You're gonna sit right behind home plate. Okay, yeah, because I've seen the balls come up over. You might be able to catch a few. Evan is going to make sure the ball that he pitched will be signed by every player at the game for Sixers. Free hot dogs, soda, and firework show at the end. So others are invited, but I just want to say that's what our team, you guys did a great job, and I really applaud your efforts, and it's been hot, so thank you. So do you want to, I got 37 here, would you like to call them off, or all the pony leagues, or what would you like to do? Yes, she's gonna do it outside. But again, thank you guys, and I'll see you Friday, all right? Yes, it would take, yeah, but we've got others who want to speak. But I really appreciate it. And anybody who would like to come and join us, just see Genesis in the back, or anybody, because it is part of my foundation, and we've got businesses that are sponsoring all of these kids to come. And it's not just Rialto kids, it's all the kids in San Bernardino who have been playing Little League soccer, basketball, anything you can name that they did this summer. I want to be there. I want them to be out and enjoy the game. So thank you guys again. Jen said back there with you. She'll take them outside. Thank you guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Yeah, in the interest of time, I will forego calling all 37 names, okay? I'll note them in the record.
Madam Mayor, and they all have Dodger blue.
Yeah, all right, okay. Okay, thank you. Now, the last thing, I'll wait till they leave out. Thank you, guys. Okay, now the last presentation proclamation is a proclamation we received on a request from a national organization that's going nationwide. So far, there's been like 45 cities that have joined this nationwide effort called Never Give Up Day. And the Never Give Up Day is August 18th every year. And so they had asked if our city would join in that. And I thought, yes, we really should, because we are a community that since I've been here, we never give up. We're a little group that can, and we keep on moving. So I wanted to say, this will be sent to the organization, but I wanted to read it. It just says, whereas Never Give Up Day is a global celebration day focused on cultivating a mindset of determination and a healthy drive to achieve our goals. And whereas Never Give Up Day honors the power of individuals that refuse to give up regardless of life's challenges with the strong presence of ambition and drive. And whereas Never Give Up Day focuses on strengthening resilience, motivation, and inspiration, encouraging everyone to work to overcome difficult challenges and improve attitude. And whereas Never Give Up Day encourages professional organizations, associations, and charities to establish fundraising activities that positively impact people everywhere. And whereas Never Give Up Day celebrates everyone from every walk of life, supporting the notion that everyone who never gives up are true heroes. And whereas the city of Rialto recognized Never Give Up Day for its positive influence on our residents and motivating others, inspiring ourselves, and remembering that even through life's strife, we can go on. Now, therefore, I, Deborah Robertson, Mayor of the City of Rialto, California, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim August 18th, 2023 as Never Give Up Day in the City of Rialto, and call upon the community to join us as we recognize the positive benefits of this day and encourage activities that inspire to never give up. And this will be sent out to the national organization. I feel that we always do. We continue to move forward regardless. And there will be an event planned for Never Give Up but the event will be on that Saturday, November 19th, and more information will come forward. So with that, that concludes our presentation proclamations, and I would now move into oral communications. And with oral communications, I'm going to ask our city clerk if she would let us know how many people have requested to speak under oral communication, because depending on the number, it's generally 5 minutes per person, but depending on how many we've received under general oral communications, that will determine how much time we may have to lend to every speaker. So, Madam City Clerk, how many do you have for oral communication?
8.
8? Okay. So, one more flying in? Okay. 9? Perhaps, possibly. Oral
Nope,
communication.
I have 8.
You have 8. Some of those must be tab related.
They tab related, yes.
Okay. So we have oral communication, we have 8, and generally, as it says, each person is allotted 5 minutes. However, I would encourage and say that if your comments can be made under 5 minutes, it'll be greatly appreciated. So with that, I will ask the clerk if she would be so kind as to call the first person.
We have Freya Moon.
Mr. Muniz?
Is he outside?
We're going to need to see if somebody is outside. Miss-
Then while he's coming, can I have, well, she just stepped out, I guess. Merlene Johnson,
Okay,
while they come in,
well, there she is.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barlandra Johnson. I'm a field representative from 5th District County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr.'s office. And I just wanted to extend the invite to our National Night Out, which will be held at Ayala Community Center in Bloomington. It will be on August 1st from 6 to 8. And we'll have a live DJ, water slides, and games. So if you can make it, please come out. And I have flyers for anyone interested. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
the next speaker we have is Lupe Camacho.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council, fellow residents, and staff. I'm here to just talk about a couple of items regarding Riverside Avenue and 3rd. I've had a lot of residents coming to me from that corner that I live in. I'm off of 3rd and Riverside. I'm the middle house. And there was another 2 car accidents this weekend. And as we know, recently, I sent out information both to our acting city manager regarding the fact that we are having a lot of car accidents. So I don't know if you were informed, but they asked me, please, can you bring it to the council, let them know. There were 2 more this last weekend. Individuals took pictures and whatnot, and they sent them to me, so I'll put the package together and I'll send it to the city manager, acting city manager, for you guys to have, because again, we've had 2 before that were recent, then 2 others before that, and it seems like we're having a lot of car accidents off of Riverside and 3rd. The brushes are still high enough that you can't see. That's just the reality of it. And then the other item that I wanted to ask about was, or to discuss, was the new city manager that I guess we're going to be getting. I saw it on the agenda, and just as many of us are, as residents, are surprised that we lost our previous city manager, and honestly, we're concerned. And that's another topic that they came to me to talk about. They don't understand why we're losing our city managers consistently, what's happening, because we seem to be going through them just in a year and a half. In the last, 6-7 years that I've been involved, I think we've had at least 7, maybe 8. So there's a concern. And so, I want to bring it to your attention. Again, you manage the city manager. You're the only managers of the city manager. There's no one else above them. So if the management isn't working, then we are losing people. I know, because I'm a manager. And if I can't hold on to good people, it speaks about my ability to be a manager. So again, we're just concerned. It was brought to my attention as well. They know I come up here, I take the time to do this. I missed dinner with my family to come here, but I think it's important enough that we bring it to the front here, that we're gonna have a new city manager again for the umpteenth time. And again, it's just logic to me as a manager that we need to find a way to improve our management of our city managers. Otherwise, we're going to lose it again. And this revolving door of city managers is creating a tremendous amount of discontinuity of information, as well as work that's getting done in the city. And then, finally, I don't know if the city manager would handle that, the acting city manager. I was just told by the assistant over here that is out here that we don't have enough chairs in here because we took them out because they were no good anymore. They were smelling bad, those were the words, and so we got rid of them, but we're still waiting for the new budget to buy chairs. And I know for a fact, because I've dealt with management, budgets, cities for so long, that money is there. I don't understand why we can't buy the chairs, bring them in, and let people be comfortable. The COVID is over. We're all comfortable. Even the hospitals are not requiring a mask up anymore. So can we please have some more chairs for our residents here? And as well, the translation, which is the thing that came up the last time that I was here, is that there was no translation. So I'm asking, as a resident, also as someone who knows that money is there and available for us to use, that's what it's for. We pay our taxes. You guys are the stewards of those taxes, and we trust that you're going to use them in our best interest, and hopefully a few chairs is not going to break the bank, and maybe some translation for our residents is not going to break the bank. So again, those were the concerns that we had, and people talked to me about them, and so I bring them to you just so that you know what the residents are talking to me about. They come to my house literally and knock on my door and talk to me about them. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for the time, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
The next speaker we have is Hector Montes. Sorry, school board member Hector Montes. You can put that down.
Good evening. Do we have a translator? Do you guys have a Spanish-speaking translator?
No, we don't have one.
Okay,
We
if you guys don't,
discussed that at the last council meeting.
oh, okay, if you don't mind, if you don't mind, I'll translate.
No,
Okay,
go right ahead.
thank you. Well, first of all, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Clerk, Chief, City officials. Buenas noches, alcalde, concejal, City Clerk, y el jefe de la policía. My name is Edgar Montes, and I'm a longtime resident of Rialto, parent here, raising my family. And I'm here tonight just to speak on behalf of labor, here to support our labor, here to support our trades. I'm here to support our city council. I know lately there's been lots of controversy regarding some recent decisions. Vengo aquí hoy, esta noche, a apoyar a los carreras de construcción, de trabajo, trabajadores. I'm here to support small business. Vengo a apoyar a pequeños negocios. I know, sé que han pasado unas controversias últimamente. I want to congratulate Andy Carizales, Mayor Pro Tem, for being clear-free of any conflict of interest. Quiero dar las gracias a Andy Carizales, del concejal, por haber sido aclarado que no es culpable de ningún interés de conflicto. I want to ask here our great city council to just know that me as a resident of Rialto, I am here to lend my support to you in any way that I can. Vengo a decirle al concejal que vengo a apoyar a la ciudad, al concejal en cualquier manera que los puedo apoyar. I want you to know that even though sometimes decisions aren't always, people don't meet eye to eye on decisions, I think for the most part, the governing body here in the city has always respected their differences and found a way to work together and move forward, and I commend you for that. Sé que no todo el tiempo la gente está de acuerdo con las cosas, las decisiones que se hacen, pero respeto que la gente, aunque no estén de acuerdo con todas las decisiones, de todos modos, la ciudad encuentra una manera para seguir adelante. Our community looks up to you, our community looks towards you for all of the good things that you do and all the good things that you've done and will continue to do. So I'm here again to thank you for everything that you guys have been doing these last few decades here in our community, because I've been here long enough, I've grown up here to know all of the great things that have come from the city leadership, from our local government, and again, I want to just reiterate that I'm here to support you guys in whatever way that I can, and even if I don't agree personally with you guys on every single thing, every decision that you make, I respect as a resident your guys' decisions, and I'm here to help in any way that I can, and I'm here to support labor, I'm here to support small business, and I'm here to support the supply chain industry. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Bob Neria. Is Bob here?
I didn't think I'd be up here this early, but I want to say a couple things. I've been in the city since 1955. I've got to meet some of the people, and at first impression, I thought, man, the mayor's out to lunch. I got to meet her. She's outstanding. We got another person over here. I've known him for years, his family, doing what we should do for the city. Then I've seen Mr. Scott, when he used to have the bar down there. I thought, man, you're a great guy. But then I go, can't agree with all the things you say. You can't agree with what but I'm only have a couple things I want to say about this project. You go up to Carter High School, you look at the buildings, the warehouses that are close by, and Joe Baca would know who I'm talking about, and I'm not going to say his name, but the most successful baseball coach in San Bernardino County is over at San G, won over 500 games. I sent him a picture of the warehouses so close to the school. He goes, what's wrong with that? And I go, they're too close. He goes, well, I used to be a principal up in South Central LA. That's what's going to happen here. We're going to be like South Central LA. It's going to be like the hood there with that thing, the buildings in front of us. Terrible. Then, a couple of other things I want to say. Over at Fontana, it has nothing to do with it, but what they're doing with the schools over there, putting the warehouses right next to Jurupa High School, when is it going to stop here? Let's get it stopped. Frisbee Park, I used to be a cross-country and track coach in the 70s at Eisenhower High School. We used to take the kids over to Frisbee Park and run. You gonna be able to run those kids over there now? Heck no. We used to have our course up that way. You don't think, it's progress. Then I have a friend, I thought, I don't know a lot about business, but he's one of the people in the tribes making $500,000 a month. And I says, the guy says, we're not gonna build. We don't know who we're gonna build. Who's gonna buy it? He says, Bob, he's full of shit. He says he knows exactly who he's gonna sell it to. And I go, I was stunned when I heard that. And lastly, I want to thank the mayor for being proactive in this situation, and I take my hat and I will back you 100% with your decision, what you guys decide tonight. But thank you for having me.
Madam Mayor, I think all the other speakers is actually for your tab 13 that is related to that. The only reason why he spoke, because he put oral communication. So
okay.
everything else is dealing with tab 13.
Okay, all right. So that was it on public communication. I believe the one that in the beginning, Madam City Clerk,
Well,
never showed up.
No,
Mr. Munez?
He wanted to speak on dealing with fire in cold site. I'm going to give it to the
Okay, all right.
to the fire chief to do it.
Okay, all right. Okay, I got you. All right, well, that concludes our, but there, you want to make a public comment?
Yes,
Okay, come on up. Did you already fill out a form?
They're all related, tab 13.
He said his was just a public comment, not a tab item.
What was it?
I don't know.
I didn't put any item, I just fill in my name, I didn't put any item on it.
What's your name?
Okay.
You've grown a little.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Whoever, Luis.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I do this in many cities, and sometimes some people, some residents, they tend to have like a tribal mentality, and they go like, well, he don't even live here. Well, I came to Rialto for 20 years. I used to be a FedEx run contractor, and they're down the street. So I also own property in the city. So, and I like to be involved. I'm the president and founder of We Are the Change. This is a community organization that would like to do good for all the communities in need. And the logistics industry is near to my heart. Why? Because that's how I started my career. And that's how I was able to feed my family and get ahead in this country. And sometimes, you know, some people mean well, and I want to speak on this issue because it seems like everywhere I go lately, people want to have it both ways, right? Everybody wants their prime, wants their packages next day, but they fail to realize, right, that every item that you wear was stored in a warehouse at one point, and it was transported to your house, office, or business in a truck, either big, medium size, or small truck. And it seems like at this point is some groups wants to wage a war against the industry. And they want to blame the industry for everything, you know, for everything. Say, oh, they ruined the streets, they ruined the roads. Well, you don't maintain them, of course. I mean, if you got streets and roads and freeways that they haven't been replaced in the past 40 years, of course. I mean, you don't need to have a truck to run them. You just need to wait for the rainy season. So, and the only thing that I wanted to ask people, you know, is for them to do their homework. I know that there's a lot of groups that they capitalize on fear. And they use 30 years ago technology. So as an example, oh, the trucks pollute. Well, let me tell you, I know a little bit about trucks. And now the trucks, they don't pollute as much as they used to pollute once. Because personally, that's why I'm out of the business. I sold my company almost 8 years ago because CARB, California Air Resource Board, basically put me out of business. And this is what a lot of people don't realize, that this state entity is like the Nazi Gestapo, you know. I mean, you have to replace trucks at a certain age, regardless if they're working fine mechanically, even if they don't pollute. If they get to a certain age, you're not allowed to run them, right? And those are all type of arguments that sometimes these groups try to argue, and they try to scare the community. And for example, about this warehouse, particular warehouse by the 210, I was talking to some of the residents the other day, and they said, well, you don't realize how close it is to the kids. And I said, well, do you realize how close the freeway is to the park? Why don't we change the freeway? I mean, because last time I checked, there's thousands upon thousands of trucks, cars that goes by that park every single day. And I'm sure that they have a exhaust system, and every time they go by, they're burning something, right? Even electricity. So, but my point is that right here we have to have a common sense solution. And what I'm talking about, that in the Inland Empire, we are a logistic hub for the United States. We have the harbors, the port, the Long Beach, the LA, and everything comes through the Inland Empire. And this is the reason why, instead of us against them, we need to see how can we work together, how can we mediate. And remember, a warehouse job is not a job for you to stay there forever. It's an entry-level job. It's like when you go and work for any of the burger joints. We don't expect you to be there forever. I mean, I personally have a nephew that he works for Amazon. He makes over $20 an hour. They're very flexible with his time, and he's very happy working for them. He's going to become an attorney, and because of he being able to work for them and working with his hours, he's able to do that. So that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time, and have a great night.
Thank you. Okay. Now I think we're just noticed. Mm-hmm. Is it coming down?
It's the temperature is 80, not the thermostat. So it's set low. It's just trying to.
It's struggling.
The
Look,
power outage was
I look over and saw it said 80. I'm like, okay, guys.
I checked as soon as I got here.
All right, I'm sorry. I was looking over and said 80. This is not working. Okay, that concludes, I believe, our general oral communications. And now we're going to move into the next phase, which is city council to consider removing or continuing any items on the agenda. And I would ask that, if my colleagues would so indulge, I would like to move tab 13 to tab 1, right after, I think, we have public hearings.
No, I have to do all the public hearings first.
I just said,
You said 1, but
well, then I said after
I
we
have
do our
all the
public
public
hearings.
hearings.
So, I'm sorry, let me get the number of what that would put it right after public hearings.
Okay.
We have how many, 2 or 3?
I have 5, we have 4 public hearings.
4 public hearings. So if we could, I would ask that we would move tab 13 to tab number 5 after the public hearings. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
All right, so good. So we'll do that in that order. And then along with that, is there any other items that any of us need to recuse ourselves from? Or, okay,
Madam Mayor, I'll be recusing myself. Tab 4, it would be just on section 5. Due to a conflict of interest, my business located at 119 East Foothill. So I will be stepping out for just that section of the tab.
okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Madam Mayor, I will be accusing myself of the same tab, but item number 4 of that tab, since I live close proximity to Riverside Avenue and Easton.
Tab section near Riverside Avenue, your section,
Yes.
second part.
Madam Mayor, may I make an announcement with the phones? If we can silence our phones, because you're going to interfere with the recording that I have going on. So please, if everyone can put their phones on vibrate, silence, or cut them off, please. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything, any other items, Mr. City Attorney, is there anything that you might be mindful of that I've overlooked? I was
No,
looking
Madam
through the
Mayor.
vouchers myself,
Not
so.
this evening, I looked through the vouchers, I didn't see any conflicts there.
Okay, so with that, other than that, I'd like to entertain a motion to move to adopt the consent calendar with those notations which are not on consent, but will be items that we'll handle under tab 4.
So move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Baca, and it's seconded,
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries. And I would just like to say a personal note that we've acted on a number of contracts, some of which I think we want to look at further as we go forward. It's very important to our community. One in particular, and I've spoken with our police chief, is the services that we're providing through an organization called SWAG, and that's Social Work Action Group. And that's to help try to address concerns that we have about homeless. Oh, it's a tab. I looked over and saw it. Sorry. Then, with that said, I'll save those comments, but also on consent, I just want to say a special note, and thanks to my colleagues. Some of the things we need to maintain that are consistent is one, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we did act on our contract for our federal lobbyists. And a lot of the things that we've managed to accomplish and move forward, more not at a local and state level, but has been at the federal level, has been with the assistance of Mr. David Church and Associates. So I do appreciate that we continue to provide ourselves that service, because it is sorely needed. And sometimes consistency is greatly appreciated. So with that, now we'll move to tab number 1, and it's a public hearing.
Tab number 1, public hearing. You said tab 5.
Tab what? You said number
Tab 1, yes. Oh, I thought you said tab 5.
No, I said we'll
Oh,
move
okay.
to tab number 1, which
Okay.
is public hearing, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. This evening, I request the City Council to conduct a public hearing to consider the placement of solid waste handling service charges on the property tax roll for residential customers, and adopt Resolution 8112 authorizing the placement of solid waste handling service charges and fees on the property tax roll. On July 25th, 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution Number 7169 approving residential refuse collection service charges to be collected on the property tax roll. Prior to approving the placement of the service charges and fees on the tax roll, Section Code of Health and Safety 5473 requires that the City Council conduct a public hearing. Notice of this public hearing was published in the San Bernardino Sun newspaper on June 10th, 2023 and June 17th, 2023. The city prepared a written report which contains a description of each parcel and fees and charges subject to tax roll billing. This report is on file with the city clerk and attached as Exhibit A to the proposed resolution authorizing the collection of the fees and charges on the tax rolls. At this time, I would request that the City Council conduct a public hearing to consider the placement of the solid waste handling service charges on the property tax rolls and adopt the resolution authorizing the placement of those charges and fees on the property tax roll. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Well, this is a public hearing item, and check, Madam Clerk, was there anyone wanting to speak on tab 1?
No.
Okay. And so is there anyone else? If not, I would entertain a motion to close public hearing. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales, seconded by Councilmember Baca. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion is carried. Now, is there any comments or discussions any of you would like to make?
Yeah,
Councilmember
I just
Trujillo.
had a concern about the format. I know on there, there's a couple serial numbers with the tax roll, but
I think what happened, the original list that was uploaded to Legistar, the system that takes the reports, it was in proper format, and then when it creates the report, I think it shifted the columns around. I noticed the same thing.
does it have like addresses on there? Like
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to verify. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, was there any other comments? If not, I'll move for anybody to adopt.
Move for approval?
Okay, it's been moved by
Second.
Councilmember Trio and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. All right, next, tab 2.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Daniel Casey, Senior Planner. I'll be making the presentation here on tab 2. This item is in regard to a annexation into Community Facilities District number 2016-1. So on September 27th, 2016, the City Council approved resolution number 7003, resulting in the formation of Community Facilities District number 2016-1. That CFD was formed with the intention of having new residential developments annexed into it in order to fund increased need for police, fire, and other public services. The current rate for Community Facilities District 2016-1 is $337.29 annually per single-family residential lot, with planned increases at the start of each fiscal year. So far, 8 residential developments have been annexed into the Community Facilities District. On June 13th, 2023, the City Council adopted resolution number 8083, declaring an intention to annex a new residential development project known as Cedar Villas into Community Facilities District 2016-1. The Cedar Villas residential development that is proposed to be annexed into the CFD, it's located on the east side of Cedar Avenue, approximately 630 feet north of San Bernardino Avenue, and will consist of 22 new single-family residences upon completion. The resolutions that are before the City Council tonight will complete the annexation of the Cedar Villas development project into CFD 2016-1. In conjunction with the adoption of the attached resolutions, the annexation into the CFD also requires a special election voted on by the current property owners. In this case, there's only one property owner, and that is the developer of the Cedar Villas project. And so with that, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing for the CFD annexation, then adopt resolution number 8113, authorizing the annexation of the Cedar Villas development project into CFD 2016-1, then adopt resolution number 8114, calling for the CFD special election, then conduct the CFD special election, and then finally adopt resolution number 8115 certifying the election results. And I know that the ballot was received earlier this week. And that concludes my presentation. If the council has any questions for me.
All right, good. Again, this is a public hearing, and I don't know, Madam City Clerk, anyone who's expressed to speak to tab 2? Nope.
No, I have no one for
Okay.
tab 2.
So if there, can I take a motion to close?
So move. Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo to close the public hearing. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Now, any comments from any of my colleagues on tab 2? Questions? If not, can we get a motion? And I believe
for approval.
a ballot needs to be open. And sorry about that.
Mayor, in this case, if we could take each one of these resolutions in sequence on these, they'd like us to do that. So your first motion would be to adopt resolution number 8113. If you approve that, then we can go on to
Okay.
the next one. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trying to get a paper cut. Madam Mayor and Council, the ballot for Cedar Rialto Community Facility District number 2016-1, annexation number 7, Proposition A, yes. Proposition B, yes. There was a total of 4 votes for the property owner of MV AMCV LLC.
Okay.
Does that conclude the,
That's it?
yes, the special election for that?
Okay, so with that said,
Madam Mayor,
Madam City
move
Clerk?
approval of resolution 81.
Second.
13. 8113.
Okay.
8113.
Move approval of resolution 8114.
Second.
Move approval of resolution 8115.
Second.
All right. Those resolutions been equally called out separately. Is there any comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you. We're on to tab number 3 now. And who's, okay, Siri, good evening. I think it's
Mayor,
the
just
tab, go ahead.
Tab 3, just a quick statement on this. This is the readoption or ratification of your housing element, which the council's previously approved. Because we're in litigation with regard to our housing element, we sent the housing element back to the Planning Commission for the Planning Commission's re-review. They approved it. This is back to you. The reason we did that was just to correct a technical defect that has been alleged by the plaintiffs in the lawsuit. So there's nothing that's changed in this over the last time you approved it. We can certainly provide a staff report to you over the whole item, but this is just an administrative action to move this forward.
Okay. So with that
It is a
said-
public hearing item, so we have to open the public hearing and ask for comments, but it's the same thing that you saw last time.
Well, with that said, Ms. Champion's still at the podium, so would you like her to at least recap what you just said, or can we just?
I have no additional comments, but I'm available for questions if there are any.
All right, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and I will ask again the clerk, anybody wanted to speak to tab 3?
Yes, we have a speaker.
So we do have a speaker who would like.
Maria Dago.
On tab.
Diego, yes.
Tab 3, Maria
Is she here?
Good evening.
My name is Maria Delgado, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Inland County's Legal Services. We are opposed to the ratification of the adoption of the sixth cycle housing element until the city addresses all of the deficiencies that we have identified in our prior letters. So letters of May 31st and June 28th. The housing element cannot be found in compliance with housing element law because one, the housing element does not accommodate at least 50% of the lower income units on residential sites only, in violation of Government Code Section 655.383.2H. Two, the housing element relies almost exclusively on non-vacant sites, in violation of Government Code Section 655.83.2G. Three, the housing element overestimates capacity of sites, in violation of 655.83.2C. And four, the housing element fails to be consistent with its duty to affirmatively further fair housing under 655.83C and 8899.5. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's also referenced, I believe, in their letter here. So now with that, I believe,
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections to closing? Hearing none, motion carries. Now, any comments? If not, motion to accept.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Scott, and I'll say seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis. Any objections? Any comments? Hearing none, that motion carries. So now we'll move on to tab.
Wait a minute, before we go further, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure, so the approval was to adopt the resolution.
8116.
Thank you.
All right, now to tab number 4.
Council members, because we have two council members that have potential conflicts, as they've already noted for the record, and all of this is a public hearing, what we'd like to do is break this up into a couple steps. Items 1, 2, and 3, I think we can do in one public hearing. All of you can participate, and then you can vote on those collectively. And then when we get to item 4, we'll have Councilmember Baca recuse himself, and then we'll do a mini public hearing just on that item and a vote. And then when we get to item 5, Councilmember Baca will join us, and Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis will step out, and we'll have a mini public hearing on that item, discussion, and a vote.
Okay.
And if that's clear, then I'll turn it over to Siri, and she can go through the staff report as it relates to the first 3 items. That way it'll shorten it a little bit.
Okay, why don't you proceed?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the community, and staff. The subject of tab 4, as has already been mentioned, is a residential overlay program that implements the 2021-2029 sixth cycle housing element. The program is a critical component of the final step to achieve approval from the State Department of Housing and Community Development of the city's housing element. I think it's important to note that the subject sites have already been vetted as part of the housing element update process. And this is just a final step to achieve approval from the Department of Housing and Community Development. There we go, I have a presentation to share. So first, the subject sites that make up the residential overlay were studied and adopted as part of the 2021-2029 sixth cycle housing element. The sites were selected due to access to resources, proximity to transportation, opportunity indicators, likelihood of redevelopment, and requirements by the Department of Housing and Community Development, such as those related to size, density, capacity, and viability of development. You've been distributed an 11 by 17 handout, which provides you a close-up look of these maps that I'll show in the following slides. So these sites, the sites are shown in this slide and the following slides, and they are sorted according to the actions that you'll take at the end of this public hearing. First of all, we're showing the sites in the vicinity of Baseline Road and Riverside Avenue. These are proposed at a density of 50 dwelling units per acre. The second two sites are located within the Gateway Specific Plan, generally to the southeast of San Bernardino Avenue and Riverside Avenue. These are proposed at a density of 50 dwelling units per acre. The third opportunity area is made up of sites in the Central Area Specific Plan, and these are proposed at a density of 50 dwelling units per acre. The fourth area is located at the north end of the city at near the intersection of Riverside Avenue and Easton Street. And then the fifth site is located along Foothill Boulevard. On March 8th, the Economic Development Committee discussed the Foothill Boulevard parcels, noting a desire to apply the residential overlay across all the parcels along Foothill Boulevard. Well, that's not possible as part of this CEQA document that was prepared for the project. The Foothill Central Specific Plan can accomplish this by accommodating a density of 35 dwelling units per acre along the full length of the boulevard. Again, I'd like to emphasize the importance of adopting all of these sites in the residential overlay as is without adding additional sites in order to accomplish the final approvals from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. In addition to the residential overlay, Zoning Code Amendment number 2022-004 includes 2 additional changes to the zoning code. Adoption of ordinance number 1681 would allow multiple family dwellings in which 20% or more of the units are affordable to be constructed by right, which means that there would be no need for entitlement in order to construct those homes. And then second, adoption of the ordinance would increase density for developments to 30 dwelling units per acre in certain circumstances, including when a project is located on a non-vacant lot, when a lot is identified in a prior housing element, and when development is proposed with at least 20% of affordable units to lower income households. In terms of CEQA, analysis was done for the project through an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, which was completed for the 2021-2029 6-cycle housing element. And based on that analysis, we find that the project will not result in any new significant impacts that were not previously analyzed and mitigated. In terms of actions, the first recommended action is adopting a resolution approving the addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, which was just discussed. The second action is to introduce for the first reading ordinance 1681, and this would approve the zoning code amendment to the Rialto Municipal Code, and it would add chapter 18.166, the residential overlay. It would modify section 1822.020, which adds the permitted use of that particular type of housing when there's a 20% affordable component, and adding section 18.56.090, increasing the density of those affordable housing projects described previously, increasing their density to 30 units per acre. So this action would affect the baseline area parcels, which are shown here. And if you go to your 11 by 17 handout, you'll see that as the first map. It would also apply to the Gateway Specific Plan parcels, which is map number 2. And it would apply to the central area specific plan parcels, which is map number 3. And we're packaging action 1, 2, and 3 together, so I'll move on to the third action, which is to adopt resolution 8045, approving specific plan amendment number 2022-007 to establish a residential overlay in the central area specific plan, and adopt resolution 8046, approving specific plan amendment number 2022-008 to establish the residential overlay in the gateway specific plan. So just to clarify, in addition to amending the zoning code, for those parcels that are located within a specific plan area, we also need to adopt specific plan amendments. And I'll go back to the map so you can see those as well. So again, that's the second map, the 2 parcels in the gateway specific plan area, and your third map showing the central area specific plan properties. And I'll pause there for the public hearing on the first 3 action items.
Okay, so now, walking us through, this is a public hearing, and so as we said, we were going to have, we'll open it and see if anybody have comments.
Well, we'll open the public hearing, and if anyone has comments or questions on the mitigated negative declaration, zoning amendment number 2022-004, that is the residential overlay that we're discussing, or if they have questions with regard to the amendment to the central area specific plan or the specific plan for the gateway specific plan, get up now and this would be your time to comment on those items.
Right, and I do believe, and correct me, I was going to say, in this letter, that there is somebody who wanted to speak on tab 4 in the general area. So this is a public hearing, and so would you call the person who wants to
Actually,
speak?
I have 2 speakers. I have Melissa May, like to speak on tab 4, and I also have Maria Dago, like to speak on 4.
Okay. So if Melissa Mays, if she'd come forward, if not, why, if you don't mind, okay, there you, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We write to provide the comments, or here today to provide comments on the city's 6th cycle housing element and its rezone program, subject for adoption at tonight's public hearing. We previously provided these comments to the city's planning commission regarding substantive deficiencies in the 6th cycle housing element and rezone program by letters of May 31st and June 28th, 2023, and have attached these letters for ease of reference for Exhibit 1. On tab 4, the February 2023 housing element includes Program 2B, rezone to provide adequate sites to accommodate regional housing needs allocation to rezone sites. However, as we previously informed, the city has failed to meet its obligation to rezone adequate sites to accommodate the RHNA because the sites designated for rezoning in Program 2B of the February 2023 housing element are inadequate. The proposed zoning amendments are inconsistent with Program 2B of the 6th cycle housing element, are inconsistent. The sites subject to the rezone program do not satisfy the site's inventory requirements of housing element law for the reasons as stated in tab 3. And we would like you to see the ICLS and PILP May 31st, 2023 letter. Moreover, the proposed zoning amendments do not address all of the requirements contained in Program 2 of the February 2023 housing element. Unlike Program 2B, the proposed zoning amendments do not permit multifamily uses by right in which 20% or more of the units are affordable to lower income households, do not permit the development of at least 16 units per site and a minimum of 20 dwelling units per acre, do not include at least 50% of the lower income need on residential only sites, and for mixed use, do not allow 100% residential use and require that residential use occupy 50% of the total floor area of a mixed use project, CICLS, and PILP, June 28, 2023 letter. In conclusion, we provide these comments to urge the city to correct the deficiencies in the city's 6 cycle housing element and the rezone program to substantially comply with housing element law before readopting the element and adopting the rezone program. We also ask for a full EIR, and we thank you for considering these comments. Sincerely, the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I will add that we have received the Inland County Legal Services letter dated July 25th, 2023, which both of the speakers previously referenced. It does reference tab 3 and tab 4, and we will of course incorporate this letter into the record on both of those tabs. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that was noted, we have it, but I think the person, Maria, had also asked to speak on this item as it pertained to tab 4, even though we do have the letter. All right, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again. My name is Maria Delgado with Inland County's Legal Services. Since the rezone program was presented to the Planning Commission, there has been a couple of changes. So the city has made permit multifamily uses by right, in which 20% or more of the units are affordable to lower income household units, and add a minimum density of 20 units per acre. So this is different from the resolution that was proposed to the Planning Commission, which recommended the City Council's approval. But still, the rezone amendments that are proposed today are not consistent with Program 2B of the housing element, because they do not permit the development of at least 16 units per site. They do not include at least 50% of the lower income units on residential sites only, and for mixed use, do not allow 100% residential use and require that residential use occupy 50% of the total floor of the mixed use project. So we urge the city to make these corrections to the residential overlay in order to comply with the housing element law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does that conclude tab 4? Any speakers for tab 4? All right, so now with that, we've covered the public hearing, and I think I would safely say we could move to close the public hearing. Can I get a
move? Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Caracellas and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. Any objections? If not, the public hearing is closed. And so now at that point, I believe we move on for discussion and then adoption. I believe, Councilmember Baca, were you going to leave the dais first?
Once you brought it up, I was going to leave.
Would you?
I can leave right now and rescue
Well,
myself
I don't,
from it.
let me just clarify with council. Is it appropriate for him to stay and have a discussion on the general stuff?
Yes, on items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Yes.
No
I
comment.
didn't know if you had any comments on.
We're gonna take those first. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we're doing 1, 2, 3. So but also, did you have any comments on 1, 2, 3? Did any of you others have any comments on 1, 2, 3? So if not, let's entertain a motion to move on tabs 1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Trujillo and seconded by Councilmember Baca.
Roll call.
Okay.
For ordinance, for number 2, we have an ordinance, which that ordinance would be 1681. And I will read that into the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, amending Title 18 zoning of the Rialto Municipal Code to add Chapter 18.116 establish a residential overlay zone to accommodate housing and modifying permitted land use and residential density in accordance to the housing element rezone program implementation project, and applying the residential overlay to properties in the vicinity of Baseline Road and Riverside Avenue in the Gateway Pacific Plan and the Central Area Pacific Plan. Councilmember Trujillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Baca.
Aye.
Councilmember Scott.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Carrie Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
And let me make sure I am clear. For Resolution 8043, the same votes were carried for 1, 2, and 3 for the motion and the second and the no vote?
That's correct on my part.
Okay, I just want to make sure the record is clear.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So now we will move into taking action on on section number 4.
And
So,
this is where,
Madam Mayor, at this time, I will recuse myself from the floor.
thank you. Okay. He's out of the room. And so now with that, I entertain a motion that we act on section number 4 would be to introduce the first reading for ordinance number 1682.
So move.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales, and I will second it. Okay, on section number 4.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we do need to open the public hearing on this item.
Again?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then we'll
Thank
do
you.
the same thing on number
We're
5, too.
stepping through this.
I know you love public hearings.
Okay. Before we take that action, we've got to open the public hearing.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we've moved to open the public hearing. Anyone desirous to speak on this item now that it's opened? Hearing none, we continue.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved to close by Councilmember Scott and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. No objections? Now, I can have a motion. I believe Mayor
So
Pro
moved.
Tem moved and I seconded.
Roll
Okay.
call.
A roll call.
Okay, this would be, may I read the ordinance into the record first?
Please do.
This would be ordinance number 1682, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, amending section 18.116.020, application of the Title 18 zoning of the Rialto Municipal Code and adding a zone map for Area D, properties located near North Riverside Avenue and Eastern Street to accommodate housings in accordance with the Housing Element Rezone Program Implementation Project. And the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Carrie Sellers. Wasn't it?
Yes. Seconded by Mayor.
I need you to tell me yes or no on the ordinance. This is a vote. This is the time to vote.
I said yes.
Oh, you said yes? Okay. Mayor Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Aye.
Not Mayor Pro Tem.
Scott.
Councilmember Scott.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Motion carries. All right. Now we're down to tab number 5, and I would ask if you would ask Councilmember Baca.
And I'll be
come in,
recusing
and
myself,
if you'd
Madam
ask
Mayor. Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem
And you were
Parazelis
leaving,
to
right?
recuse himself.
Madam Mayor, move to open the public hearing.
I will move to
I'll
open
second.
in a second. Okay, it's been moved to open the public hearing by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trejo. Now, is anyone that is desirous to speak on section number 5?
No.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, move to close the public hearing.
No second.
okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Scott to
Madam
close,
Mayor,
seconded. I'm just letting her, go ahead.
I have some questions and comments.
Okay. Let me just let her catch that.
I didn't, so who closed the public hearing?
Closed by Councilmember Trejo. Any objections to that?
But
None.
who made the motion to close it?
I did.
Councilmember
Okay.
Scott. And then seconded by Councilmember Trejo to close. Any
Okay.
objections? It's closed. Now Councilmember Scott has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of questions related to Foothill Boulevard. You stated that the EDC committee had asked that this all be overlaid and that it was impossible to do that. Can you explain why?
The reason why we don't recommend making changes to the overlay at this time are twofold. First, the CEQA document that was prepared for this project cannot accommodate the addition of more properties. We would need to go back and start the CEQA process over again. Secondly, it's important for us to finish this portion of the implementation actions for the sixth cycle housing element so that we can get approval from the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
Okay, my next question is, since this city has a bad record of overlays, if a property on Foothill Boulevard is commercial and they so desire to remain commercial, is there a requirement for them to build mixed use?
There's no requirement that they build mixed use. They do not have to build residential. They may stay commercial.
Okay, I want that on the record. Additionally, my next question is, and this is kind of related to the entire housing program. Did you or anybody in your development services staff inquire of the two water agencies, Rialto Water Service and West Valley Water, as to whether or not they could, if all this was converted to housing, as to whether or not they could comply with being able to will serve all of these properties for water?
Yes, so the utilities manager worked with the water departments to analyze whether or not sufficient water would be available to provide for the housing units. And they found that yes, there would be sufficient water.
Okay, thank you. And my two comments are this. I think it's very unfair to allow certain properties on Foothill Boulevard to be mixed use and not others. That seems very discriminatory on the part of this city. It changes property values and it allows some to have an advantage that others do not. Secondly, I will be asking for the utility manager to produce the documentation that shows he can produce the water to supply. I believe there's 8,000 units in this total housing element. Is that correct?
In the housing element, we're required to accommodate for 8,272.
I'm going to challenge the utility manager as to whether or not he can supply water to 8,000 units in the city of Rialto, because I do not believe they can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that not all the properties on here that we see on the foothill specific plan that we see here, there's even some government entities on here that have the overlay, such as the county behavioral center I see is also part of the overlay, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just all commercial?
It's not just all commercial, and the idea there is that there are opportunities to provide for a mixture of services and housing on public sites, as well as opportunities for residential on private sites.
Okay, and then I also have the same kind of, when you mentioned the water plan, it'd be nice to look at it as well. The mayor and I have been working on kind of integrating kind of water use with just growth in general. So it'd be really nice to at least see a document how it came together. Because my recollection is that as a council, we never had that discussion about water use. We never even had discussion about parking. So it was all primarily housing. We haven't really talked about all the other cross-cutting issues that you have to deal with when you're working with housing. Also, the traffic issue, was that part of the component as well?
That was part of the CEQA analysis, yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, if there's no other, I have a comment as well, and I guess to echo and to speak to some of the things that Councilmember Scott mentioned, and we have brought them up in ADC. I have raised before the fact that the housing element, as you've heard, and the expectation to build these units, there doesn't appear to be a coordinated effort between who's going to deliver not only water, but even finding out if the other agencies will be able to deliver certain other essentials such as electricity and gas. And having today experienced an outage, and we don't even have additional things, it constantly brings it back to a conversation of, will the other agencies be able to step up and deliver? And deliver, of course, it's usually always deliver on ability to serve, but it's a cost, an added cost. I'm concerned with the foothill as well. I think we discussed it. I felt like everything, either all or nothing, should have an overlay. I think we particularly, not only a government building, but conversation we just recently had on Foothill as it relates to the southeast corner, which is, if I'm not mistaken, may perhaps be lease space, and that's where the Chase Bank is. There's some constant conversations about its facility, its ability to accommodate, yet we didn't put an overlay on that facility. I don't understand why, because right behind that facility in their south parking lot, we've had on the next street a person who's built a home and added an additional ADU. And so it just doesn't seem to lend itself to being consistent for Foothill. And then to jump ahead with the conversation that I think you were a part of on Friday, that we're working on a project for Water Smart, and something I think the Councilmember Trio's talking about. We also, again, asked about not only West Valley's ability to provide, but we also have another water agency, which is a private one, and that's Fontana Water. And I don't believe while we may have had the ability to analyze West Valley because they are a public entity, I don't believe or recall our utility manager telling us that he had the same type of analysis or be able to do that with the private entity. I seem to recall he looked at our water system, West Rialto Water Services ability for whatever's within our territory, and for the West Valley Water, both being public agencies. So I'm concerned with it, and I always ask, well then, what will it take to make sure that if we're pushed to, or we have to do this sixth cycle and create all of this, it's still density, it's still housing, and we can't even look at what we know may be changing. You have to plan with the units and the land, correct me if I'm wrong, that is already before us and has already been zoned, and we've cleared or entitled for residential, which may subject to change based on some recent, and I'm talking about North Riverside Avenue as you go up Riverside, which is not in the Rialto Water Services territory, but it nonetheless, it's in West Valley. So I want to go on the record to say that, you know, it still seems to be, I know we're stepping through a process, but in the process, I'm concerned with, especially on Foothill, if we're looking to do certain types of improvements. It's a transit corridor. It could have high density, or it could have mixed use across everybody's property, including, I even noticed, I believe we have it cleared on an area, I want to say west of Cactus. And further on down, it seems like this is a vacant area and we haven't put an overlay. And I'm surprised, why wouldn't we put an overlay on some property that potentially could be residential? So those are my concerns and questions. If somebody would look at it, you'd see that we have a commercial development on Cedar to the east, and then we have a north open vacant area, and we have residential to the east of that lot, but we are not designating that vacant space as residential. Any answer, any response, or why we would not? And it's on Foothill.
As I said earlier in the presentation, we made a few different considerations into what fits within the site selection and what doesn't fit into the site selection. And one of the factors that comes into play, which applies to the Chase Bank property you mentioned, is the size of property. And I look closely at the size of parcels in the vicinity of that intersection, where you can see that there are a few parcels that look to be the same size. Some were included and some were not included in the site selection. And I found that the Chase Bank site is just under 1 acre, and the other site to the north is just above 1 acre, which is a threshold for HCD's analysis and requirements. And so for that specific example, it was because of the size of the property.
Okay. That's the answer or explanation. It doesn't resonate correct. Then let me just add, because last Tuesday we had a groundbreaking for a hotel. As we well know, it's on the south side of Foothill. It will be west of what is the TeleQ Senior Project. But I see you have an overlay as a possibly proposed overlay on area that was vacant land that is commercial mixed use, and then we still have it with possibly high density. I'm trying to understand that logic there when we know that we're going to build a 4-story hotel and 76 rooms, but we still have it proposing for an overlay.
So the site selection was completed well in advance of receiving that entitlement application. That's one reason why we see it still in the residential overlay at this time. The other thing for consideration is future conversion of the hotel into residential units. And with this residential overlay, that would be possible.
So before we build it, we're going to propose that it could be turned into a residential facility?
No, not that that's what the proposal is, but that would be a possibility in the future.
Gosh, okay. It really bothers with our thoughts, because then just to the west of that, we have a section that's still open as either vacant or, but we didn't put an overlay on it. So I don't think we want to spend a lot of time on it, but it's just inconsistent. So Councilmember Baca.
Just a comment. Isn't it required by law that we come up with an overlay plan by a certain date?
There was a deadline for adopting the residential overlay that had to do with grant funding, and that deadline has passed.
Okay. I hope that you'll take into consideration the comments that were made by the 2 young ladies that spoke about some of those issues, and hopefully they can be corrected, because this is just opening up for a public hearing, and we'll actually take a vote at that time, along with some of the members here at the diocese that mentioned additional concerns as well, that we'll have answers to those before we actually vote on it.
We're voting on it now.
No, on the final one. This is just a public hearing today.
This is,
Is that right?
no, this is it.
This is it. Not those actions, not on actions that were taken about the water?
No.
Make sure that,
Those are not pertaining to, those are, that's not part of it, that's separate. So this is the public hearing. We are adopting, so,
okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're walking through, okay. Councilmember Trio.
Again, just trying to get a bigger idea of the bigger picture. Is it possible to come back later and add to this specific, to this overlay in the future?
Staff recommends that we take action tonight on the items before you as is, and then return in 2024, if not earlier, with the addition of more sites. We do have a church that's interested in being added into the overlay so that they can accommodate a construction project on their site. And there are other places as well that we're looking at that could be added to the residential overlay to address some of the concerns that have been expressed.
So there's room to add in the future, but is there also room to the reverse, which is to remove properties from the overlay in the future? There's capacity to add. Is there an ability in the future, far future or near future, to make changes to remove from the actual overlay?
So it is possible to remove sites from the overlay, but I would have to consult with our consultant on the implications of doing so, because this is a component of implementing our 2021-2029 housing element. So if we end up losing sites, then my expectation is that we'd have to make up for them in other locations.
So we can always add, but I guess it's problematic to change once it's already had a designation.
It's challenging at that point because
Okay.
we need to be consistent with our adopted housing element.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? If not, I said this was a public hearing. We closed public hearing, so what is the pleasure of the body?
We close the public hearing?
Yes, we closed the public hearing because we were having a conversation.
Okay.
I thought we did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have an ordinance.
Yes.
Would you like for me to read that into the record?
You certainly could. I think
Okay.
usually I thought it's after somebody motions and second, but.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So who is going, anyone want a motion on this action? Don't everybody jump at once. Okay, I'll make an effort to move. What is the ordinance number?
The ordinance number is 1683.
Okay, motion to move ordinance number 1683.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Roll call.
Mm-hmm.
I will read ordinance 1683 into the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, amending section 18.116.020, application of Title 18 zoning of the Rialto Municipal Code and adding zone map for Area E. Properties located in the Foothill Boulevard Pacific Plan to accommodate housings in accordingly with the housing elements rezone program implementation project. Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Baca.
Aye.
Councilmember Scott.
Point of order, does the motion include the resolution 8044 also?
Does the motion and the,
Yes.
yes, it will include resolution 8044.
Thank you. No.
Okay. All right, could you ask Mayor Pro Tem if he'd return? All right. So I think that's all the action that was required on tab number 4, right? All right. So if I'm not mistaken, I had asked that after we finish with our public hearings, that conclude our public hearings?
Yes.
Now we're gonna move tab 13 up to tab 5. We're into tab 13, tab 5. All right.
Okay.
So now, we are moving tab number 13 up to tab number 5, and I would ask what is before us, and because our council did have some clarifying comments of procedure, I would ask if he would be so kind as to restate the concerns and the suggestions that was made, and then we will present before us if we will act on it or not. And then I will also ask the clerk if we have speakers that wanted to speak to tab 13 that has now become ahead of tab 5.
Yeah, we have all of these people here. Yes, you have speakers.
Okay, could you possibly tell me how many are wanting to address tab 13, which is now ahead of tab 5?
Counted 29.
20?
29.
29. All right. So I'm going to ask our city attorney, because this item was put on and then we did discuss it in closed session, if he would give the intent and the clarifications of what could be before council.
I'd be happy to do that, Mayor. Mayor, the item as stated in the agenda reads as follows, and then I will read some clarifications to that afterwards. Printed in the agenda, the item says, City Council to discuss and consider placing a council ballot initiative on the March 5th, 2024 special election for registered voters of the City of Rialto to affirm resolution number 8098, adopted June 13, 2023, that amended the Pepper Avenue specific plan. I believe that there were some errors in that description, and that it should have read as follows, very similar but a couple noted changes. City Council to discuss and consider placing a council ballot initiative on the November, pardon me, but I don't have the exact day, but it's the November 2024 regular election for registered voters of the City of Rialto to repeal resolution number 8098 adopted on June 13, 2023 that amended the Pepper Avenue specific plan. This is simply a discussion item for council to give direction to staff as to whether you want to do a city council initiated initiative to repeal the resolution number 8098, which was the resolution that amended the Pepper Avenue specific plan. My opinion that you have the ability to discuss affirming it, repealing it, putting it on March, putting it on in November, and it would take 3 affirmative votes to move forward with a city initiative with this regard. But you're open to discussion and give us direction, and of course take public comments on this item. Any other questions, I'm happy to address those.
Okay. And I think that is what's before us. And perhaps one, I know that as it was my request, it was clearly a request about November 2024 election. not a March 5th, 2024 election. And the other part of it is, it's, as I'm understanding, it would be a discussion to repeal. Now, because we already have 29 people who are desirous to speak at this item, then 29 people speaking at 5 minutes each, I think you guys should kindly do the math. And so I would say, because before we can have a discussion, we probably need to, and correct me if I'm wrong, hear from the public on public comments. Is generally the process that we handle on the item. Okay. So with that, I believe in order to deal with 29 people speaking, unless some realize they're going to restate the additional information, at best, we would be talking about 29 people at 2 minutes to make your comment, and we're basically going to be talking about, whatever that is, 18, about 50-something minutes. It'll be about an hour's worth of comments. So if there is going to be duplication of the statements, I would ask if you hear that has already been stated, maybe you would decide that you don't need to repeat. The other thing is, as is said, we need to have a discussion on if we're going to vote to affirm, to put it on the November 2024 as an item to repeal the action. And I would hope council might want to speak further to why it has to be an repeal versus the verbiage to affirm the action for the specific plan that was already previously adopted before we took the other action that amended the specific plan, if that makes sense.
I think it does, yes.
Okay.
2 points of clarification. I'll take yours first. It's a motion to repeal, or an initiative to repeal, because the city council has already previously approved the specific plan by majority vote. By a weird phrasing of law, an initiative is different than a referendum, and when the people do a referendum, as we know, there is a referendum petition currently being circulated for signature, that requires it to be phrased just the opposite, that you're affirming it, you're approving the resolution. Sorry for the confusion. I didn't create state law, but if you're going to do an initiative, it would be to repeal this because the council's already adopted it. When the people do it as a referendum, they have to actually vote for what the council already voted for. Weird quirk of the law. Now,
and the referendum that they have to go after is that they have to bring forth 6,000 signatures in order for the referendum to be considered.
The clerk can correct me, but I believe the actual number is 5,313 valid registered voters.
And so, okay, I just wanted to know that the referendum requires, because we've already had the action, the referendum is requiring that they have to gather the votes so that they can put that on a ballot to overturn the council's action.
To approve it.
To approve.
Yeah, I know it's strange.
Yeah, okay.
If they were to get, if the referendum were to fail to get enough signatures, then the action stands. The council's previous approval stands. If the referendum effort gets sufficient signatures, then the council has an opportunity to either repeal the ordinance that's in place or submit it to the voters. If it's submitted to the voters have to now approve that ordinance for it to be valid. If the voters don't approve it, it's essentially repealed. The initiative is different.
It's thoroughly confusing.
If you move forward with an initiative can be initiated by the city council themselves. That's going to take at least 3 of you to vote in favor of doing that tonight. at which point we'll have to come back to your first meeting in August with a staff report, with a resolution that places this item on the November 2024 election and states the ballot question. And it'll take 3 of you to make sure that that passes at that time. Once you've done that, then it's deemed submitted to the voters, and there's some other laws that go into effect about who can do something in favor, who can do an argument against, and we have some restrictions on what city money we can do to, we can't advocate, we just have to educate if we choose to do anything.
Okay.
If I haven't thoroughly confused everybody, I'm happy to answer any.
Well, and no, hopefully everybody's here. I'm trying to make sure we clarify what is before us and what we can and cannot do. And I'm doing that because we have 29 people who have said they want to speak to it, but I think we want to make sure we're speaking to, it's not a matter of speaking to, do we have a project that moves forward or not? That's already moving forward. It's already affirmed by a majority of the council. The project proceeds unless the signatures are gathered in the time frame that then would put the matter before the voters to decide if they are going to approve or appeal. That's the part that's not clear.
Approve.
What will the referendum do?
If the referendum goes forward, they have to approve the item.
They have to approve the action that the council took.
Correct.
Or disapprove it.
They have to approve it. If it's on the ballot and it doesn't get approved, in effect, it repeals the ordinance. I know, horribly phrased, but that's what state law says.
Is that clear?
But tonight, before you here, you're going to make a decision as to whether the city wants to initiate its own initiative to repeal that order, that ordinance.
To give direction to consider you going back and coming back in August with a staff report of how it would move forward as an initiative.
With a resolution to put it on the ballot in November, correct.
Okay.
I don't recommend that you take that action, but this is a policy decision for you guys to make.
And thank you, I appreciate that, because that's probably the whole thing was it's a policy decision, and this is the policy body. So with that, Madam City Clerk, I would ask that you begin to call people, because the other side of it is if we go and have a discussion now, then the public comments really are, they're kind of, I would say, after the fact, because either we're going to have a discussion, we'd move on it now and not have it, but when you have public comment, and public has already said they want to speak, you can't just devoid the public's desire to speak on the item. Am I correct?
Brown Act does afford the members of the public an opportunity to speak before council takes action on any item.
That's what I thought. So with that, hopefully the clarification will be that's what we will be putting before us if my colleagues along with myself proceed anyway and it gets a affirmative of a simple majority to proceed one way or another. In the meantime, public is those members who've signed up and who would still like to come forward and speak. I think we need to start that process. And I would ask that in the interest of time, we keep it to 2 minutes.
Can I have Farah? Farah?
Farah? That might be a person outside.
Calling Shane. Well, if she comes, you want to come? Do you want to come? We can start. If she comes, she can speak.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for.
Can you pull the mic up?
Pull your mic up, please, towards your mouth. Thank you.
Okay.
And the clock start.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm disappointed against our elected officials to disregard our vote for the Pepper Avenue project that previously took place. I believe we have a rule of law. This project was approved by our elected officials, and residents came and expressed their votes. To go back now and hold a new set of votes and spend additional and necessary money for a special vote project, money that can be spent in our city to improving our roads, jobs, our police, our fire. Here we are again. Unnecessary special elections to waste money. Because of this unnecessary election, hours are wasted. We are here standing in the heat, waiting to get an answer, something that's already been voted on. The fact that we know Rialto residents do not have the excess capital to entertain and to have Victoria Garden shopping mall similar in our city. We do not have the excess money to go out every night. We do not have the excess money to spend Saks Fifth Avenue, Macy's. We do not. We are working people with a very little income. Our rent went up. Food went up. Gas sky high, okay? And our paychecks are still the same. I don't see any Macy's or Costco's lining up in this place to build a new project. We have a builder who's willing to work with our city and provide jobs. So acknowledge our democracy and acknowledge the rule of law, and do not go back on your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, I'm gonna have to ask everybody, because it's 29, unless somebody's pulling out, I'm really trying to be mindful to stay within 2, or I will ask that we then close the mic. I just don't know. I understand how important it is. I appreciate it, but time-wise, we will not be able to get through all of the comments, so thank you.
Next speaker, Shane.
Hi, my name is Shane Isaias, and I'm with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. And I'm here on behalf of the thousands of people that have already signed the petition to overturn this ruling. I'm here in solidarity to start an initiative to repeal actions done by this council to endanger public health and steal equity from our homes. The point of the matter is that this project in question is a horrible project for public health, as cited by the American Lung Association, citing the Riverside County and San Bernardino County as the worst in air pollution in regards to PM 2.5, COPD, and respiratory illnesses. And I just wanted to note that the baseball players that were here earlier play at the part that this warehouse is going to endanger. Thousands of residents have already raised their voice and will continue to raise their voice. This is the start of a movement to take back our city from people that have accepted money from developers while endangering public health. It is in your best interest to listen to the people before we start to take action into our own hands. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Cynthia.
Okay.
Cindy.
Cindy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As a Rialto resident for 23 years, I don't usually email and call my city council members, but when I did about this, I didn't get a response. I hope that's not normal. Mr. Scott, Mr. Trujillo, and Mr. Carrizales, please explain why you passed Resolution 8098 knowing citizens of Rialto do not want it. The residents already approved the specific plan that they wanted, but you changed it without their input. Why change the designations and jobs that you promised? Initial construction, And then small businesses, places for family and friends to gather, exercise, and spend their money to benefit the city of Rialto for years to come. None of us wants more of our city land rezoned for more warehouses and more truck traffic, especially if it's near schools, neighborhoods, and parks. And especially when we already have empty land already zoned industrial where they could build warehouses. I did a quick search, and according to commercialcafe.com, Rialto has 102 warehouses and industrial buildings available to rent. The first two of these 102 vacant properties listed on that site are Baseline Distribution Center, 176,000 square feet, and Prologis Rialto Distribution near Renaissance off the 210, 927,696 square feet. That is over 21 acres of Rialto's land. There are many more properties there that you can look at that are already being used that are warehouses. Thankfully, the San Bernardino Sun has been reporting on this, but the voters deserve an explanation directly from these three council members. Councilmember Scott, Trujillo, and Carrizales, please repeal or put this matter back to the people for a vote. We are asking that you repeal it or approve that the referendum to Resolution 8098 can go on the ballot and let the neighborhood have a say. Thank you.
Jose Garcia.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, my name is Jose Garcia. I'm a proud member of LAUNA, Laborers International Union of North America, for the last 34 years. I can't think of one time in the last 34 years of my career of building where we've put people in danger. We build schools, we build hospitals, we build government buildings, we build housing. It's a fact that these things have to be done to keep the future moving. It's a fact. In my 34 years, I've never heard a project that's been passed by city staff, city departments that have reached fairness and gone on to pass to be brought back and be voted on because certain people don't want it. I've never heard it in my 34 years. And I think Councilman earlier said, we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where something's different being done and we'll have to start doing it more and more just because some of us don't agree. So I oppose of this. I favor the project going through. I feel that our citizens will gain from it. And to go back to those baseball players, that money that we're spending on, that wants to be spent on election, could be rewarding children. And the smiles on those children when they left this place, knowing that they were going to be able to do things, that's something that stays in their memory, to go on and stay out of bad things. Let's recognize more things with our children and use our money wisely. Thank you.
Thomas Riaz. Thomas.
Thomas. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Thomas Ruiz. Come before you many times in favor of industrial warehouse development in the city of Rialto. I'm a representative for the Laborers International Union of North America, and on behalf of my brothers that are here tonight in the orange and many more that are standing outside, we support development in the city. We encourage you guys to continue to create economic opportunities in the city for our members and others to continue to work within the city. Tonight is the first. As my brother said earlier, tonight was the very first time that I've seen a majority council vote on a development or a project and then bring it back in an attempt to appeal the development. You were elected by the majority of constituents within the city to make the hard decisions, not for a few, but for all. And I think that your decision in moving that project forward was in the mindset of creating opportunity for the city. creating the economic development that is needed in order to continue to provide services that our city and our residents depend on. As one of those speakers spoke earlier, stated that, and speaking with some of the folks on the other end, was that they were promised another facility or another plan which would mimic the Victoria Gardens. That's not where we're at anymore. Victoria Gardens and malls and shopping centers of those sorts are kind of a thing in the past, and we can thank COVID for that. And I would say, in that light, the majority of folks that are buying stuff online are unanimously approving these type of developments over and over and over again every time they purchase something online. So to say that the majority of the folks in this city do not want these type of developments, I think is wrong. But on behalf of our members, we know that by removing this project, it will take away their opportunity to work close to home. I thank you guys for your time, and I thank you for giving us the time to speak and share our thoughts with you. Appreciate it.
Hope we're not gonna have it public. Okay, our next speaker is Arturo Estrada. Is he coming in? No? Caesar? Michael Lopez? Well, they could, if they come in, I'll let them speak. Richard Roberts? Okay.
He's coming in.
Which one is that? What's your name? Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Lopez. I was born in San Bernardino and I was raised around this area up the street. I believe that building the warehouse right there, it does provide with employment opportunities, not just for us, but for everybody in the surrounding area. And if you look at everybody, all the warehouses that are around the area, a lot of them are on the other side of Cedar, Linden, Alder. So if you put one right there in Pepper, it would be a lot closer for the surrounding area, Meridian, Foothill, and a lot of them to find a job where if they don't have transportation like vehicles, motorcycles, whatever, that they'd be able to bike it or walk to it. So I believe that, by approving it, it would really help the people in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard. Robertson. Hugo Gavin.
Good evening, council members, chief. I want to recap on something that the pastor said when we started this. He said, I pray that you take my family and myself into consideration when making this decision. This decision already went forward, but they want to bring it back. This decision right here affects my family and myself. Working in my backyard, because I am also a member of this community. Working right here is better for me because I'm able to go to work and get out at a certain time where I'm able to go back home and spend time with my family and my fiance. You know what I'm saying? And this benefits everybody. It gives all of us an opportunity to better ourselves, which is what the union has done for myself. It's given me an opportunity to change the course of my life and change my economic state. And with that, I've been also being a better father and everything else that comes in with that. And I appreciate your guys' opportunity to let me share my thoughts. Thank you guys.
Next speaker we have is Jose. Is Jose Estrada in? We have John Pickett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a resident of over 45 years, I know we fully vetted already the negative effects of this warehouse, the traffic, pollution, safety, and students there. surrounding area, health issues. What I am encouraging this council to do is to put this in the hands of the voters so that it's not made, the decisions are not made by a couple of individuals, which still, to this day, I have not heard any explanation on why this is being reversed and the decision is not followed, which was approved. So I encourage you to let the voters make the decision with your support. Thank you.
May we have Jason Baez, please?
Again, the name?
Jason.
Jason?
Yes, Baez.
Honorable Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America, and I fully oppose the March election ballot. We have an applicant who's came into town with the utmost integrity to infuse private money into our community, which will multiply and be dispersed locally in many different directions. They've also vowed to make the benevolent sacrifice to their own profits in hiring top dollar union contractors, which will assure that this project is built to the very highest standard. Also, it'll ensure that all safety measures are implemented throughout the project, also ensuring that every worker will receive a full medical, dental, optometry, and pharmaceutical benefit plan for them and their intermediate family, as well as an annuity plan, a top dollar pension, and a dynamic training program that gives every one of our members the opportunity to enhance their skills and enhance their worth. And when we're gone, this will be a job hub for a whole list of different types of people looking for jobs. Lastly, I want to say a gentleman said that this project will turn our community into another South Central. On the contrary, more jobs creates a need for more housing, which will enhance the value of our current housing and draw in new housing developers and investors, which will continue the snowball effect of bringing in more yearly revenue to city coffers, which can be used for many different things in enhancing our community. Thank you so much.
Michelle Sanchez.
Michelle?
Michelle Sanchez.
Good evening. You all know me. I've spoken many times regarding this project, and I will agree with many other people before who've said that, yeah, it needs to go on the ballot. We can't let 3 people sit up here and decide to go against what thousands now of citizens have said that they don't want this project. They want the specific plan that was initiated in 2017 and voted on by the City Council. I'd like to quote a letter that I got a copy of today that says if the council intends to rely on section 9222, it would be unprecedented. So if we're using that as our way to get this on the ballot, it's unprecedented. Well, it's unprecedented until it becomes a precedent. And if that's what we have to do to get our city council to listen to what the people in this community want and don't want in their community, that's what we're gonna do. And there's 3 of you right now that I don't understand how you can sit there and look anybody in the eye after we have told you repeatedly over and over again, we do not want this project. And we're willing, and there is no special election. It's not gonna cost money for a special election. This is going on a ballot during a presidential election if it's going on November 2024. It's not gonna cost as much money as it would to do a special election, so people have got their facts wrong. Anyway, I appreciate your time. And I appreciate that the city council members that voted in favor of this project don't want to go down in flames with this on their resume, at the end of their resume. This is not a good idea, and I don't think that that's what you want to be your swan song in the city of Rialto. Thank you for your time.
Eric Rojas. Eric. Okay. Stacy Ramos. Eric. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second. All right, good evening, Rialto City Council. I hope you're all well today. I'm speaking today as a concerned member of our community to express my disappointment regarding the recent approval of an industrial warehouse right next to Frisbee Park. I believe that Frisbee acts as a sanctuary for families, children, and nature enthusiasts. And the decision to introduce a new warehouse so close raises significant concerns about the well-being and safety of our community. I believe that the decision to allow the warehouse next to an important public location inherently involves the public. It is a matter that should be put on a public vote. It is a matter that should be put to a public vote, and I urge the City Council to reconsider this issue and place it on the ballot for a thorough and transparent evaluation by the residents of the city. The impact of the proposed industrial warehouse extends beyond its immediate surroundings. Worsening already horrible air pollution, increased traffic congestion, and potential environmental hazards are all valid concerns that need to be taken into account. Additionally, the proximity of the warehouse to the park poses risks to the safety of park goers, particularly children who frequent the playgrounds and recreational areas. We, the residents, have a right to say in shaping the future of our community. There is no economic gain that justifies subjecting fellow citizens to increased chances of lung cancer. I ask, will any economic gain go forward covering our cancer treatments caused by the air pollution? Our voices should not be overlooked or disregarded when such a significant decision is being made, especially one that directly impacts our neighborhood's well-being and cherished spaces. Placing the issue on the ballot would ensure that all stakeholders...
Okay, your time is up, sir. Thank
sure.
you.
Have an amazing day. Take care.
Okay. Stacy Ramos.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Stacey Ramos, and I'm here to urge the council to support the ballot initiative. You know, as somebody who has worked in the city of Rialto, I'm actually the former branch manager of the Rialto Library, so I'm very familiar with the Rialto community, and this community is like near and dear to my heart. Building a warehouse right next to a park is unconscionable to the health and well-being of the citizens of Rialto. You cannot keep building these warehouses right next to sensitive receptors like parks, schools, preschools. We've got to sit there and decide that the health of our community is more important than the dollar, because there are some folks sitting here that have taken campaign contributions from some of these developers and are now sitting on this council voting for these projects, and that is not okay. So we need to make sure that we're voting with our conscience and not paying attention to the money that we can make. Now, in addition, I do want to say I've heard a lot of comments from the labor union LIUNA about this being a labor and this being labor, supporting labor. These jobs are going to be low income jobs. They're not going to have benefits attached to them. They're going to be, we even had one person tell us outside that the citizens of Rialto deserve to work in warehouses because they're uneducated. That is unacceptable to say that the citizens of Rialto don't deserve better paying jobs, that have union jobs, that have benefits, that have retirement benefits. These folks that are sitting here in these orange shirts, they benefit from those labor jobs, but they're ensuring that the people that work there don't have the same benefits that they get. And that is unconscionable. The other thing I want to point out, and that I think really needs to get addressed, you have a lot of residents that are sitting outside right now. They didn't get in here, into these chambers, because they filled these chambers. If they don't live in the community, your residents of the community should get priority to sit in these chambers and not the folks that do not live here. You need to make that a change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brenda Parker.
Good evening. So I just want to say good evening because I just have a question. What does this developer have that no other developer had that will cause our city council, our school district, our attorney, and 3 council members sell us out? I'm just trying to figure that out because in December of 2017, we all agreed that there would be a specific plan that would be family-oriented for the city of Rialto. In early 2023, you all affirmed that plan. In March of 2023, you reaffirmed that plan. And then in the 9th hour, you decided to let Howard build a warehouse in our family community, which you promised the people of the city to be a family environment. I'm just trying to figure out, what is it that this particular developer has and how much money would it take for us citizens? Because we don't have money. We're volunteers. We live here. We give you our money every year, every month when we pay our taxes. Our attorney is sitting here making comments and giving recommendations. We didn't ask you for your recommendation. We didn't ask you for your opinion. We didn't ask you. Give us back our city. Take it to the ballot. Don't be scared. Don't be scared of him. Don't be scared of his threats, because that's what he's been doing all the time. Listen to the people that put you there, because we love you. We love our city. We care.
Thank you, Brenda.
Send it to the ballot.
Next speaker, Louis.
Thank
you. Louis.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Luis Franco. I've never come and spoken to you guys before. I normally have voted for you guys all the time. Mr. Carrizales, Mr. Trujillo, Mr. Scott. I voted for you guys. Mayor, I'm voting for you because you're coming for a re-election, right? But you guys are selling us out. You guys are selling us out for what? For some dollars? You guys post pictures with your kids, with your family. Where does our family stand in that place? You are very proud, Mr. Trujillo, and everybody, posting pictures with your family and everybody, Mr. Carrizales. Every time you guys are posting everything very nice, fun, Rialto this, Rialto that. But guess what? You guys are selling at us for some dollars. Like she said earlier, we don't got the money that they're giving you guys, that they're putting in you guys' pockets to take your family out on vacation, to take them out and have fun, so they don't have to deal with what our kids have to deal with. You know, they're giving you all the money, but yet you guys are not taking into consideration us, the people, the faces that put you where you are. You know, she just said earlier, Mr. Attorney, you have to stay by us, sir. You stand for the city of Rialto, not for the council, not for anybody else. At the end of the day, you have to speak and stand out and let us go on the ballot, okay? Let the people decide, not 3 people. I moved here 2014. I was happy when I saw the plans in 2017. Oh, more parks, this is gonna happen. And you guys changed it on us. How fair is that? Again, you guys think about your families all the freaking time. But yet when it comes to doing some stuff, you guys don't care about us. Us that have little ones, older ones, with health issues, that job that they're providing, another Amazon, $20 an hour, ain't gonna pay enough.
Thank you. Crystal. Crystal Mago. I'm trying to understand your writing. We have someone named Crystal? Oh, okay.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Chris Magana, and I'm a student at Rialto High. I'm here to show my support for the ballot initiative. I think it's important to have the members of Rialto informed on what is going on in the community, especially if it is affecting both our health and the environment. In order to move forward in the district, we must prioritize the voice of Rialto residents. I think it is important to take note that this will affect residents directly with the air quality. These companies funding the warehouses are fortunate enough to have enough money to combat the diseases. However, the people of lower income do not have the resources to be combating the negative effects. Please listen to those who will be affected negatively and critically rather than those who will be benefited in a positive way. Thank you, economically.
Roxanne. We have Roxanne next. While Roxanne is coming, oh, that's Roxanne.
Okay, do I start or? Okay. Hello, my name is Roxana. I'm a student at Rialto High School, and I'm talking to you guys as a young person and a future voter. I'm 17. I just wanted to say that I'm fully in support of the ballot initiative and that I'm against the warehouses that are, or the warehouse that's going to be built on, or might be built on Pepper Avenue. And I feel like there's just too many environmental repercussions that we should really, take into account. And I mean, like, I love my city. Like, I want my city to be clean, and I plan on living here for like a really long time. So I'm really emotional about this, but yeah, that's it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Alexa Franco. Alexia Franco.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexa Franco, and I'm a student of Rialto Unified School District. I'm coming to you today as a concerned citizen because I moved to Rialto here in 2014. I used to live in Bloomington, where, as some of you may know, there's a lot of warehouses there. I went to school in Ruth O. Harris Middle School, and I was afraid to walk on the sidewalk because, we had warehouses surrounding us, so I was afraid to walk with 3 of my friends on the sidewalk for the fear that those big trucks could pass and just kill you or something. I'm here in support of putting the ballot initiative because I feel that it is our right to make a decision on these warehouses, and I feel like putting a ballot initiative will really help Rialto citizens talk about what they want for their own city. And I feel like this would empower us, and it is our right to have a choice in what we do and what our city does and what happens in our city. And thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, you have passed your 29. Do you want me to continue calling? Okay, next speaker, Jessica. Yes, Jessica Mercado.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, Mayor, Council, people. My name is Jessica Mercado. My family and I have lived in Rialto for over 55 years. We have enjoyed and admired the beautiful view over the mountains all this time, especially living near Pepper. I have seen this town go from very rural to a town more promising and in some ways in demand for development. Rialto is now being sought out by industrial developers. Do the citizens really want that to be the reputation of the city? No. I'm cutting my things short here, but this is the poster, the flyer that hangs at headquarters. It notes many points that people simply don't know. Currently, 170 warehouses in Rialto, 42 million square feet of warehouses in town, 8 empty warehouses, 50,000 square feet. Investor Solutions sell property to foreign investors, approximately 29,000 truck trips daily. Reality, trucks vibrate houses on Pepper Avenue and are noisy, ask residents. Truck tonnage creates potholes on the street. Pepper was not engineered for semi-truck tonnage or the traffic pattern. A forecast is being compared to Cherry Avenue in Fontana, if anybody knows that area. Rialto city budget does not include forecasted maintenance of the street. City taxes could increase. Property values are affected. Check your value. Ask realtors, do they tell potential home buyers the warehouse potential? Warehouses are not family friendly. We, the citizens, have the potential to plan a relevant and family-oriented community, one that supports the many new housing communities in the city. That is a must. We need to think of young families, the young people. Thank you very much.
Maybe we,
All right, time is
Okay.
up.
Thank you very much for your time.
maybe we have Alanya Smith.
Good evening. I have to make my greeting quick because the clock is ticking, but I do appreciate all my council members, whether we agree or not. As far as labor, you guys have been coming up here saying you work. We are not against labor. We are all together one. Do not let them divide us. We are for labor, we are for jobs, we are for schools, but we're also for representation of the voters of Rialto making the decision on what happens in this city. You guys are saying we need this job. We're not taking away warehouses. We're not against warehouses. We're against where they're placing them. If that same job, you could build that warehouse somewhere else. It could be in Rialto, but somewhere else. It does not have to be right there. We're not against you. We care about our Rialto families. We care about our city, period. As far as Carrizales, we know you won, whoopty, you won a legal battle, but not the ethical one. You live there. That's for that. My other point was, at the end of the day, we've allowed this developer to confuse our citizens and mislead our leaders about their intentions. We want you to represent us. The only thing that has come, for me, positive, that has come out of this whole situation is you has helped our city unify and come together. We're a diverse city. We're socioeconomically diverse. We're racially diverse, but we're one Rialto, and we're going to stand together, not just now, because as I went and collected signatures, I was one of the people who went out in 103, 4, 5 degree heat with a crew. We went out and we spoke to the residents, and very few were for this project. And so as we banded together, we will stay together after this and do what's necessary as a result of what happens today.
Marvin Norman. Marvin. Is Marvin?
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public. Marvin Norman. I've been here several times on this item before, as you may recall. And so I just, once again, have come to provide a few comments. I also have helped with gathering signatures, not as much as some, but I've helped. And so I know some members have been talking about that we don't need an expensive election. And you're right, the council could take a vote and change your decision. I know some people said they've never seen that happen before. I have. I've seen it happen in several cities in this region on several different projects after it became clear that the community really didn't want something and signatures were collected. Council decided, you know what, we don't need to do the election thing. We will just follow the community. And the community already spoke on what they wanted in this project when they did the specific plan. And I know the city is going through a general plan update. And so again, why would the community trust a general plan if you're undoing the specific plan, they just went through the same process that you're doing on the general plan on. If you're asking for community input, we need to stick with the community input after it's given. And additionally, and I know it's been talked about that we need jobs close to home, but there's no shortage of warehouses going up in the region. Rialto itself has several industrial zoned areas. There's a whole Agamonsa specific plan south of the freeway where it's pretty much all industrial. It's a perfect place for this project as a warehouse. On the other hand, if the developer cares so much about Rialto, why couldn't he bring a project that fit with the original specific plan? And I know it's mentioned that Rialto isn't Victoria Gardens or whatever, but there also are new homes going up right across the freeway from this project, and this project, the original specific plan itself, included residential, which is a crucial component of malls, which are, I know it was mentioned earlier that malls are failing. That's the enclosed mall format, and thankfully to Rialto, you're not in the position that Redlands or San Bernardino have, but thank you.
Ms. Marvin.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jose Estrada. All I got to say is I think that this project here is going to bring opportunity for all the laborers, including myself, to be able to provide for the family. And I personally don't see any dangers in the work area. As a worker, we seem to work great to containing all the dust that we work with, whether it's concrete, dirt, whatever it is. I don't see any danger and all that. And all I see is opportunity not only for us, but for the warehouse soon to become, if you guys approve it. That's all I gotta say.
Giovanni? Giovanni?
Hi, good evening, City Council members, Madam Mayor, staff, and community. My name is Giovanni Aguilera, and I'm representing CCAJ. I'm here to encourage to put decisions on the voters. Yeah, I mean, I was here last time, and I mean, I just don't get it, you know? I feel like we have the chance to give the public, you know, the chance to directly put their input and have them decide what they want. I feel like by putting this, you know, warehouse here, it's unfortunately like what's happening all over the Inland Empire is, you know, all these warehouses are going up and it's turning into an extractive economy versus a regenerative economy. People say that, you know, housing goes up after the initial spike. Look at the housing prices after that. It takes a dump. No one wants to live near warehouses. It doesn't make any sense. We need to have more inclusivity. I really hope that the council is willing to listen and consider the concerns and ideas that we as a community have. And again, let the public decide, because, I mean, by allowing the voice of Rialto citizens to be heard, it allows us to decide on the issues that elected officials may have overlooked or neglected. Someone mentioned earlier, we live in a very diverse, you know, community. Yeah, I feel like not everyone wants to be a union worker, a construction worker. There's other ideas that people want to do. Why can't we provide jobs that, other than warehouses and things like that? We need to promote our youth to go to school and things like that, and let them know that it's not just warehousing. That's the only thing you can go into. There's other jobs available that are higher paying, better benefits, less taxing on the body, mind, and soul. Who wants to be a robot just, you know, doing the same thing over and over again? Let's give back to our community, really promote a restorative or regenerative economy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Lawrence Jenkins. Lawrence Jenkins.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be brief. My mama used to tell me there's two sides to every story, okay? There's the side that wants it, there's the side that doesn't want it. I don't want to bicker, I don't want to put my dukes up, I don't want to do any of that. I believe deep in our heart, we know what the right thing to do. And it's not who's right, it's what's right. So everyone that's involved in the decisions, if you had your mind made up and then you change your mind, that's your mind, you have a right to do that. But deep in your heart, I believe everyone in this room know what's right. I pray to God we do what's right.
LaSandra Winwright. LaSandra Winwright. Alexandra Diaz. Jessica Rodriguez.
Here comes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Diaz. Hello, Madam Mayor, and hello, council members. I am a resident of Rialto for the past 23 years. I have gone through my education from K to 12 here. I'm a very proud resident of Rialto, and today I would really like to talk to Mr. Trujillo. I have seen that you're very involved in the environmental events here in Rialto, like Earth Day. And the first time I met you, I was really proud that I had voted for you. However, as I became more involved in politics in Rialto, I have seen that your actions, your words do not match your actions. And I'm really disheartened by that, and it makes me think about every other council member here. I hope tonight you can redeem yourself by allowing your residents, like myself, to vote about this issue about the warehouses. And that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Jessica Rodriguez. Jessica Rodriguez.
Okay, while we're waiting for Jessica Rodriguez, I believe that the clerk said that we had went 2:29 and above. I had budgeted or looked at 58 minutes when we started at 8:46, and we'd be ending at 9:46. And that's why I said continue on, because that was where we were with 29, so we haven't gotten there yet. And maybe we're at the conclusion. Hello? Somebody's. Okay.
So City Council, I come before you today to urge you to honor your vote and to have the Pepper Avenue specific plan move forward. I ask the City Council to allow Howard Industrial to execute this project, allow for there to be growth in Rialto, allow for unions in the community to work within Rialto, allow for there to be a beautiful space for residents. The project has community support along with community benefits, and we not allow you to take that back. Sorry. Pepper Avenue specific plan will generate revenue, safety, traffic improvements, and jobs. Why are you stopping this project? We are asking you to continue to approve the project as you did before when you voted 3-2. I was part of the community outreach program done within Rialto for support of the Pepper Avenue specific plan. I had a copy, but I do still have it, of the support cards we collected. And I want to state what it shows. It shows the location of the warehouse, the multiple benefits of the residents and what they would receive, the $1 million for public funding, the retail space, the gas station, et cetera. I say this because I had a conversation with the opposition, and I asked them what they had been told about, and the only thing that I heard was about this warehouse. But the community benefits, $13 million to be exact, were nowhere in the equation. We will be losing $13 million of community benefits to be exact. I want you to honor your vote. The police funding that we would lose would also affect our safety. I want you to understand that the opposition has not been given all the facts. The signatures collected were only on a warehouse project, which a Pepper Avenue specific plan is not. The only thing, they only know about the warehouse, and the opposition petition they are collecting does not clearly state all the aspects within the project.
Your time is up.
City leadership was.
Excuse me, your time is up.
So I appreciate it if you would honor that.
Gloria Marquez. Gloria.
Gloria.
Gloria. Yes, Camacho, I'm sorry, yes. But everybody has 2 minutes. So but you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes per
Whoever's
person.
speaking needs to come speak 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the time, and thank you, Gloria, for giving me your 2 minutes.
I'm not here, I'm gonna divide my time in two pieces. First of all, for these first 2 minutes, I first wanna give you, I wanna talk to not just the council, but the community. The community needs to know that there was a letter of intimidation sent by this developer yesterday through their attorney to our council members, intimidating them into removing this item from the agenda. There were 2 items trying to invalidate it, 1 item financially intimidating, saying we're gonna sue you for $50 million, and then the other 2 were demands to remove Mr. Joe Baca from voting on anything, and also to remove the item altogether. So I just want to make sure that the community knows who these people are and what they are doing. I'm talking to the community. I want to make sure that they're clear on everything that is happening, that this letter came to you yesterday. It hasn't been brought up, but this letter happened. It's right here. And it came to you trying to intimidate you to get this off of this particular agenda. So I want to make sure first that that is there. Of course, I want to move on to the next portion that I'm going to talk about, which is the so-called integrity and benevolence of this developer that was discussed. If he has so much integrity and benevolence, why is he sending this intimidation letter to our council members, trying to bully them into moving this item off of this agenda? This is a discussion. That's what this is. Our council members are going to discuss it. End of questions. No more, no less. But there were multiple items here, including a $50 million lawsuit, which was threatened to the city because this item was put on the agenda by our mayor. So that's my first part of it, and I'm going to return with the second portion of it to give you some idea of where the money's coming from.
Thank you. Time's up.
Alex, do we have anyone? I'm not sure how to I'm not even understanding writing. Do we have anyone, Alex? Is this a G-R-A-T? Oh my God.
Alex
Okay.
Arteaga.
That's okay.
Arteaga. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Alex Arteaga. I'm the business manager of La Una Local 783. I had over 30 members here to speak in opposition to this motion today. Their day starts at 3 a.m. They're out here in the sun working all day. Then they're waiting here all day. I sent them home. I told them I'd speak on their behalf. We oppose any initiative or resolution that would delay the already approved Pepper Avenue specific project. This project means work for our members. And like these people said, you are elected to do a job here, and you've done that. You've gone through the process. You approved projects based on their merit, and now that it's approved, I'm a little perplexed on what's going on. So we expect a developer to start a project where a possible measure to go on the ballot later to tell him he can't build it anymore. That's exactly the item that causes our developers to leave California and go to Arizona and Nevada to build, where they happily accept them there, and they get their jobs that we should have here. The only thing that happens is we don't support or eliminate pollution. We are a distribution corridor. Things come in from the port, they come in through the distribution corridor and go out through the United States. The traffic still comes through the 10, it still comes through the 15. We're going to deal with the traffic no matter what. The only thing that happens here is we lose the jobs that come with it. I'd urge you to stick to your guns and approve this project. Get it moving and get our members to work. It's unreasonable to expect the working class people of Rialto to leave Rialto to go to work. We want to work here, we want to stay here, we want to have our tax revenue and tax dollars and all the money that we earn here to be spent here. I urge you to stick to it. Thank you very much.
John Charlo.
Good evening, Jonathan Shardlow, NAOP IE, Inland Empire resident. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for this opportunity to speak. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but it's very frustrating to hear from a few of your residents accusing certain decision-making to be injurious of health impacts. And I think public discourse and disagreement is all fine and dandy, but
making insults about people's intentions or saying that, you know, this project will cause health impacts, it's just, or property values will go down without any facts. The Inland Empire has seen an insane boom of industrial development in 10 years, and it's provided significant benefits. Air quality has gotten better, values have gone up, and industrial development is one of the cleanest land uses. And if you don't want to take my word for it, you can take AQMD's own data. This is simply a chart of AQMD's data. You take the CaliMod runs, is what you see in those CEQA crazy air quality technical studies that are this big. And what you do is you throw in a 40-acre site and you say, okay, I'm going to put an industrial project here, I'm going to put a shopping center project here, I'm going to provide a medium density residential project here. You know what has the worst impacts? Not industrial. When it comes to CO2 and NOx, PM10, all the precursors and air quality impacts that your residents are talking about, this is actually a very clean land use. And there's a lot of talk, oh, just stop buying stuff online. Well, what do you think all of your new retail centers, where do you think Starbucks gets their cups? Where do you think hospitals get their masks and where do you think pharmacy gets their pills? This isn't all just about Amazon. Industrial product allow housing to develop, allows commercial to develop, and so I just think it's unfair and to have these types of insults lobbied at you when some of you are making decisions, you know, based on the facts and in the interest of the public.
Up.
Thank you.
Kiana Brinson. Kiana. Lois. We have anybody named Lois? Edgar Montez and Lupe. Please.
Could you guys please, they're entitled to speak on the tab item. They did public comment. Public comment. Now this is tab item. I understand, but this is tab item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is good. Well, hi again. And this is a nice discussion, but I think people that is for, against, I mean, everybody knows my position, right? But here we need to talk about a civil matter and a democracy. We're a democracy here, right? So the majority rules. So if the council members voted on an item, they were elected by the people, okay? So if the people's not in agreement with their vote, well, they're gonna be voted out on the next election. So I'm gonna ask the other side, right? Let's say, you know, your argument would, you know, they didn't vote for the item, and then we will come here and demand what you're demanding. Say, oh no, we need to put her back in the ballot next year because it's not right. No, this is a democracy. And sometimes, you know, we have winners and losers, and sometimes we don't agree with what the majority agrees on, right? But we need to respect, because if we're gonna be sore losers in every issue, trust me, people, we're gonna get into problems that nobody wants. Because next time the other side's gonna do it, it's gonna be back and forth, back and forth. So why do we have elections for? If we're not gonna respect the votes of the people that we put up there. If we elect them to serve the public and to take a vote on a project, well, even, I mean, there are things that I don't like in California. There's many, many things that I don't like in California. And you know what? I don't agree with it, but I respect it. Why? Because, you know, my side losing on the argument for whatever reason, and we just need to do a better job next time a project like this comes up. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Lupe Camacho.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm back to tell not just you here, but also my fellow residents where the money's coming from. Why is it that Andy Carrizales, Rafael Trujillo, and Ed Scott are choosing to vote for this that they know very well the community is very much against? So in just scratching the surface, that's all I did. Got into the website of the city and found out that Timothy Howard has given $4,500 in December of last year to Ed Scott. The Friends of Rafael Trujillo for 2024 received another $4,500 from Howard Industrial Partners. Carrizales received $4,500 from Timothy and Kimberly Howard. It all happened in December, November of last year, and that is not a coincidence. They were trying to bypass a law that came into place this year from the FPPC regarding the tit for tat. It's almost a tit for tat, but that's not exactly the name that they use. That ruling that has now been done requires elected officials to not be able to accept more than $250 in contributions within 12 months of the decision that they are voting on for entitlement. Now, there's some confusion, and I contacted the FPPC when I filed the complaint against you, Mr. Carrizales, regarding your controversial property that you have there. They went ahead and referred me over to a manager because apparently the FPPC is still trying to figure out how to implement this new law that it just came into effect in January with these hybrid where the money came in 2022 and the decision was done in 2023. I want to urge the citizens of Rialto to come out to 227 North Riverside and vote. Put your name on that ballot and let's force this issue.
Time's up. Thank you.
Next person, Edgar Marquez.
Okay, and then this will be the last, is it, how many do you have? One more, and then that will conclude, because we're at 9:42. I did put it at 9:46. Thank you.
Okay. Edgar Montes, somebody yelled out in the crowd, upset that I'm coming up for a second time, but yet Ms. Lopez spoke 3 times. Anyway,
Okay,
what I wanted
everyone,
to say
please.
is there's a lot of, I want to clear some stuff up because there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of rhetoric that's being thrown around. I've been hearing things like people accusing other people of selling out. Who's selling out? The environmental groups that are behind rallying everybody up here who settle out of court? What about?
Excuse me, hey, okay,
what about-
everybody, wait, please.
I'm speaking.
Please. Now, we're gonna remain civil up in here, because I know I said it before, we are civil. So, it's wrapping it up, so finish up, you keep on, but let you finish your comments, go ahead.
Thank you. So I ask, if anyone is selling out, it's the environmental groups who are suing and settling out of court, but they could accept that money, but yet they want to accuse other people of selling out. It's these outsiders who are rallying the people in this community with misinformation. Oh, but nobody says anything about that, but that's okay. People can come in from the outside. We're not gangbangers here. We're not here for anyone to say, you're not from here, you don't live here. That ain't right. People work here. People live here and people work here and they live in other communities. So I don't think that's okay when people say, well, you don't live here, you shouldn't listen to them. That ain't right. This project right here, I hear people saying they're against this, they're not against this project, they're not against warehouses, they're against this project. This project is right off the freeway. How far is the park from the freeway? The park is right next to the freeway. What's causing the pollution in our communities are the freeways. We have to deal with that, and the governor and the state is doing that by requiring that commercial trucks go to electric down the road. But the fact is, this project, if anybody's supporting in warehouses, it should be this project because this project is right off the freeway. But yet people are saying they're not against warehouses, they're against this one. I don't get it. It's right off the freeway. How much more pollution can be caused being right off the freeway?
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
The last speaker is Chad.
The last speaker is,
Chad.
okay.
Good evening. I'm glad to be last. I've only gotten into this the last couple of weeks, to be honest. And it scares me because I'm starting to feel like people are bought out in politics. I've spoken to several people lately, and school boards, even the Rialto School Board. I looked at their head of the district's director of planning and facility services said that they were against this project. And yet one of the school board members said, you know what, we'll gladly accept $5 million for that. And It's just sad. I can't believe that people are selling out our kids and just to benefit a few people. I hope our city's better than this. And I just don't want this, it's not even my neighborhood, but it will be someday, because I think this is gonna happen many times through our city. So I think if we can and like I said, I'm not against warehouses at all, but it's somebody's backyard that this is in. And that's what scares me. You know, I don't want it to be in my backyard, and I'll help somebody else. I'd love to have a warehouse where it's feasible, but I just don't think this is a feasible spot for it. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, 9:46. That concludes the public comments. I appreciate that, you know, we said initially 29. I think we went beyond that, but we stayed within 58 minutes or so. So what I would like to say before we go further is to try and recap and restate from a city attorney. And while everybody was talking, I wanted to say I was just trying to go back and find the essence of the reason why I, as a council member and a mayor, along with anyone up here, under our resolution, which is 7773, correct me if I'm wrong, it talks about when you make a request to put something on the agenda. And I had made that request 3 times. The third time, I wrote it and recapped it with the resolution. The resolution is what I asked the city attorney or the city manager to finally put on was any council member or anyone, including the city attorney and the city manager, can request to put things on our agenda. What I asked was to get the clarification to we as a body vote in favor of moving forward or not. I appreciate the city attorney trying to clarify today based on what I put forward and what did not actually reflect in its entirety what I had said asking to be put on the agenda today. Because I did say specifically, I called for on November. My point was to ask my colleagues to, one, either before us, the referendum's moving, the action has been taken, the developer brought the process the way it can happen and walked through it, and a simple majority voted. I'm not opposing that. But what I am asking is we need to answer to our public, will we at least, now I know it's not what did you tell me? It's not, I'm using the wrong word. I'm not asking us to overturn or whatever. I'm asking us to consider to put initiative onto the ballot for November 24th for whatever you said it would be because of the terminologies. So that's what's going to be before. And because I asked it, I'm going to ask him to restate it, and then I am going to make the motion to do that. And if I get anyone who seconds it, then we will vote. And then we will vote, and the body up here will either support moving forward, bringing back a staff report in August, appropriately as he said it, for us to agree to move forward. If the group votes they don't even want to do that, then we all have to proceed. You proceed with what you're doing. So, council, would you restate what you said? And I appreciate it that you said it and clarified, because there is referendum, initiative, repeal, and what was the other word? Affirm. And so I'm going to ask him to state to me what he would be asking us to come back, and then this body either agree to ask staff to come back with something in August or not. Do I have this correct? Because I've listened to everybody and everything, and it is passion. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep saying it. I don't care how everybody feels, even those. We live in a land of laws. That's all I keep saying to my kids and myself. If we don't like the laws, then we have to work to change the laws. But we live in a land of laws, and the laws allow what has happened, and it's got to be other processes. If you don't like the land of laws, I would say then you move to some other place where there's anarchy. None of us want anarchy. And that's why even in here I'm asking us to remain civil. You know, whatever, we're all, hopefully with the exception of the young folks who came from high school, we're all registered voters. We're the people who can make a decision. And all I'm asking is for my colleagues to decide, to brass staff, to bring back the appropriate thing, to be voted on, to move forward with initiative or not in August, for it to be in the November 2024 election. So, Council, could you restate what essentially would be the essence of my motion? And if I don't get a second, then it dies for lack of a second. And then we move on. If I get a second, then they can vote. And I can call for the question and we vote. And then we've got other items, business items to take care of. And that's why I asked the courtesy to move this forward so we can resolve. We still have at least 8 items, tab items, maybe to address. And I would hope that all of you would want to stay and listen to all of these business items. It can't always be just about one thing. And then when we're done, y'all, everybody picks up and moves on out. And we still have to conduct business. So, Council.
Mayor, I believe that the motion that you are considering making is that the City Council place a ballot initiative on the November 2024 regular election for registered voters of the City of Rialto to repeal resolution number 8098 adopted on June 13th, 2023 that amended the Pepper Avenue specific plan. If that motion is passed tonight, we will come back at your first meeting in August with a resolution and of course a staff report that places the matter on the ballot in November and has the ballot question.
And that would be moving to bring on an initiative matter, right? The word initiative. Correct. That is my motion. Can I get a second?
Madam Mayor, I have comments in regards to this.
I appreciate it, but
Second the motion.
Now your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple things I want to address. First off, I want to thank everybody from both sides for coming here tonight and the last couple meetings expressing their beliefs and views. I would encourage you to get a copy of the Pepper Avenue specific plan and read it, because there's a section in there that specifically states that industrial uses are allowed. If you heard me earlier in the evening bring up the conversation about overlays, this is one of the problems with overlays. Now I want to address Ms. Camacho's statements about campaign contributions. She made a statement that the FPPC came down with a ruling of a $250 contribution. That is incorrect. It was actually AB 1439, which was, I'm speaking please, which was passed by the legislature, and then the FPPC came down with a ruling that the law could not be retroactive. Therefore, it came into place on January 1st, and it's any contribution after January 1st. I noticed while you were at it, you mentioned myself, Councilmember Trujillo, and Councilmember Carrizales, which we did receive contributions from a lot of people. What you failed to mention was, and this project, if I remember right, has been going on for at least a couple years. But what you failed to mention was the $4,900 check that was paid to Mayor Deborah Robertson for 2024 and came from Tim Howard. You failed to mention that one. You also failed to mention the $500 check that came from the Vice President of Howard Industrial Partners to Joe Baca for Rialto City Council. You also failed to mention the $500 check that came from a partner of Howard Industrial Partners for $500. And additionally, the $500 check that came from the controller of Howard Industrial Partners. So see, the reality is everybody sitting up here took a contribution from Mr. Howard. So when you're gonna stand up here and give facts to the community, give the real facts. And maybe the next time you get up here and speak, you wanna tell a community about how you got your job at the County of San Bernardino as a special projects manager. Just an idea.
Okay. Excuse.
Thank you, Madam
no,
Mayor.
uh,
You've had your time to
Wait,
speak.
Ms. Camacho, please, please. No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I know, hey, excuse me, Ms. Camacho, please.
She's out of
Please, order, please, okay? Please. And just so everybody is in this room, and everybody, and what Councilmember Scott has just said, he ought to hold up the papers and show you those. Those papers are filed accordingly as what we have to do in 460s. Now, what Mr. Scott does not know, and I will be happy to share, is that when the check was sent to me, we were sending it back. The bank was sending it back because somebody in Mr. Howard's shop failed to sign the check. Okay? So I don't need to go, I'll be happy to give you the paper, and then we informed them. And we were returning the check to maybe get another check with a signature. Who knows? Guess what? The bank went on and deposited. So, but when we look at who got what, I still did not vote for this project. All right? So now, all I'm going to say is I've got a motion on the floor and a second by Mr. Baca's.
Roll call.
And I'm calling for the question, and he wants a roll call. So,
Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak on it. I know that he asked for it.
well, I just called for the question. I'm good.
Personal privilege then, because it was an accusation.
Question is on the
Look,
floor.
No, come on, the question, come on. This is, called for the vote. Let's proceed. Roll call vote.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Councilmember Baca.
Aye.
Councilmember Scott.
No.
Councilmember Trujillo.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Carrisato.
No.
Okay. So that will not move forward, and there will be no report coming back. You guys, thank you for your evening, and I appreciate it. Now I have to move on to tab number 6, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me?
5.
Can I have a point of personal privilege?
You can, your comment, let me put it like this. Reserve it for at the end with our reports. It'll still be recorded, okay?
So you
we have other business.
You at tab 5.
Checks are right here.
It's tab 5.
Let's take a recess. Bye.
So we are back from recess, and that brings us to new business and tab 5. Chief Kling?
No, sir, this is actually going to be the city attorney for a contract, I believe. This is. I think we can move
Saw you
through
up there,
this
you
one.
distracted me.
Yeah, y'all want to?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, the item 5 is a recommendation of the City Council to adopt resolution number 8117. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Rialto, California, appointing Henry Garcia as interim city manager and approving the score of corresponding employment agreement. By way of background, Henry Garcia, who has been a previous city manager for the City of Rialto, is now a CalPERS annuitant and a retiree. Because of that, state law will require that he cannot exceed 960 hours of work while at the city, and the CalPERS statute that allows him to come back to work is intended for retirees who are going to fill a vacant position that require a specialized skill during a recruitment period for a permanent appointment. In this case, the city has posted its recruitment for a permanent city manager position. Henry will fill that position, should you approve this item tonight, until you're able to find a permanent city manager or he's exceeded his 960 hours. Under the proposed agreement, he will start tomorrow on July 26th, and state law also requires that I state that his maximum compensation is $170.67 per hour. You might wonder why we're paying him by the hour. CalPERS annuitants must be paid by the hour. They cannot be paid in excess of the last stated salary for the position that he's hired, and then they have a formula that translates the annual salary into a per hour salary, and that will be that. If you look for the maximum, it would be $170.67 times 960 hours. Now, he's not necessarily required to work 960, he might work less, so that's that. Now, if you have any other questions, I'm happy to address them. There is a resolution, and it attaches the employment agreement. Your action tonight would simply be to approve the resolution.
Move approval.
Second. I got a motion by Councilmember Baca and a second by Councilman Trujillo. Is there, Madam Mayor, or Madam City Clerk, was there anybody that wanted to speak on this tab?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Scott?
Yeah, I have a couple comments. Mr. Garcia was previously our city manager. I don't recall the specific years, but he was here over 10 years. He did a great job, so I look forward to having him back as an interim city manager. After him, Mr. Story was here for a number of years. Rod Foster was here a very short time, left with as a result of an illness. Marcus Fuller, and then Mr. Brown has been, I think we had Sean Grayson interim a couple times in between. So we really haven't had a lot of city managers, as was claimed earlier tonight. Mr. Brown was the interim. He is our assistant city manager. He's staying on with us. I personally want to tell you how much I appreciate the job you've done. You've done it under some tough circumstances, but you've done a great job. And I know that you're going to continue to do a good job as our assistant, and hopefully, eventually, we'll walk into the city manager's position. So, but I want you to personally know from me how much I appreciate what you do for us.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so I got a motion and a second. That brings us to tab 6. You voted on it already.
No, but
No,
all
you
approved?
didn't.
I did.
No, we did not.
You just
Had a motion and a second.
That's it.
Do they all approve?
I said all in favor.
Aye.
Aye, all in favor.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
Thank you.
Next, we have tab 6. It looks like we have the amazing group of swag that has been working in our city for, I think, a couple years already, and we'll have Chief Kling take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, I'm going to try to keep this brief, but I think it's going to be much informative. And let me start off by telling you that I'm not going to go through your staff report. I'm actually going to give you a presentation. I think it's going to be much more informative. I, sometimes wish the media would be here at times that actually congratulates our city, other than just sometimes criticizes it.
They just walked out.
Y'all made the decision in June of 20 to bring swag here, and that was because we had a homeless issue in this city, and I'm going to use transient, homeless, and unsheltered synonymous, just to make it easier for us all to track it and follow it. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to go through a quick presentation. You had this presentation for about the last month. I gave it to you ahead of time, and then there's been no changes to the staff report. There's been no changes to the presentation since I gave it to you last time. And again, I'm just going to go through that for the sake of folks that are at home. And before I get going, I do want you to know that one of the best kept secrets, at least from some of the observational and some of the conversations I had with you, is, well, where are the swag people and what do they look like? So standing behind me is the swag team, and it's just a part of it that's here every day, 7 days a week, from 7:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. When they're not here, I've got a corporal and Officer Kuslevich, Corporal Martinez, that run the community outreach team. You've added to that team, and comprised with that team and swag, in addition to what you've assigned us with code enforcement and our relationship with Public Works, we have a winning model here that's been recognized, and I'm going to get into that, recognized by people that actually do research. So I think it's really important, because I think at the end of this conversation I'm going to have with you, presentation, there's only one choice. And the choice is to keep the path and keep doing what you wanted to happen in this community. So with that being said, let's see if Gabe can get me lined up here. So our motto is committed to the community, and again, I have to give you credit for having the foresight to saying that we needed to do something. It wasn't happening with the model that we currently had used, and in June of 20, you brought swag on board with us. Basically, there's two ways of looking at this. You cannot cite your way out of homelessness. You can't. It's just a model that doesn't work. I know it because I've written about it. With most of you don't know, most of the people at home don't know, that outside of this job, I'm actually a college professor, so I look at these things, and I've written an extensive amount of articles about Rialto, about our model, and it's in the PA Times, and I encourage you to take a look at those. I think in the last 2 years, a colleague of mine and myself have written over 20 articles. And it specifically addresses what Rialto is doing and what the rest of the area, and if not the state or the nation, is doing when it comes to homelessness. We look at it from an outreach perspective and an enforcement perspective. You can't cite your way out of it with enforcement, but we use the enforcement tool to get people to encourage them to take the outreach approach. And that's really what we try to do. If they do not go with the outreach approach, then we utilize the current laws in the city, ordinances, and state laws to get people encouraged to seek out outreach. So I'm not going to really get into statistics, because you know as well as I do, statistics can be manipulated. I'm giving you raw numbers, and then I'm going to provide you with the numbers that you actually need to know, and I'm going to end with a point in time count that will demonstrate what the city of Rialto is doing and what it's achieved. In your staff report, I will explain what intakes are, here what an intake is, what a new client is, what the total contacts are, service referrals, and then miscellaneous services. So the amount of statistics that we get from SWAG monthly helps us not only do trend analysis, but we also take a look at what we're doing as far as addressing homelessness. And again, at the end of this, it's not Rialto PD's numbers, it's not anything other than what SWAG is doing because of the contracts that you provided this organization and what we're doing to address homelessness in this city. We have street exits, we have permanent housing, and we actually have people, unfortunately, that make a choice to return to the streets. Now, that's not a high number, but yet people, unfortunately feel more comfortable not in permanent or temporary housing. They actually feel comfortable going back to what they know best, and that's street exits. But SWAG does not give up on that. They actually go right back after the people that decide to go back into the streets, and we actually start working with them again. Keep in mind that it's anywhere between 12 to 15 contacts per homeless individual before they can actually start realizing a trust between us as a police department and the city, and SWAG is trying to get them help. So every individual that you're about to hear about, or what comprises these numbers, is anywhere between 12 to 15 individual contacts with that individual before they seek out help. The new intakes, I've given you the statistics in front of you, or actually the raw numbers, I should say. I won't go through these particularly, but you can see that our numbers, they go up because of the amount of work that SWAG does, but more importantly, when I get to what I'm getting to is the initial, ultimately the point in time count. You'll see that our numbers are basically on a downward trend. This is exactly what we want, because we're actually the anomaly. Most other communities around us are going up. Our street exits, those are those numbers. Because I prepared this, well, actually staff prepared this report for me for a presentation a month ago. I did not include, because I did not want to change your staff reports, the information in front of you does not include last month. I get a report from SWAG monthly on what accomplishments and also what other challenges that have occurred during that month. What we asked SWAG to do is really define what an individual that returns to the street and one that goes into permanent housing looks like. Because what's happened is sometimes an individual will decide to go back into the street, and then all of a sudden we recontact them, and I didn't want council to believe at any point in time that we're actually double dipping on the numbers. That's just strictly not what's happening. Meaning, if we do get somebody that is interested in SWAG services, we get them into permanent housing, they decide to go back into the street, then when we go back and recontact them, it's under a different category now. Before, we were actually counting them twice. We've gone and made those adjustments, so the numbers that you're seeing are actually the true numbers. That's what that slide says. The point in time count, it says it all. That's an individual count. It's not Rialto PD's count. We participate in it. Community Services actually heads it. They lead it. We participate in it, and we go out and we count individuals. When we started this, we had 115 individuals that were homeless, unsheltered, transients that came in and out of the city, and we did not do a point-in-time count in 2021 because of COVID. But as I stand here before you today, this is one of the lowest cities in the county that has 70 that were counted not only in 2022, but in 2023. This graph alone, and I say this with all intensive purposes of just my heart for what you all go through every single day, and what people don't recognize what your decisions are. And I wish the media was here, because this is the stuff, as I said earlier, they need to see. And the fact is the heartache that you go through watching some individual that's on a hardship in this community, and if you look and see what Rialto has done compared to Redlands, compared to Colton, compared to Fontana, and compared to San Bernardino, who generally, a couple of those names up there have more resources than we do. And you can sit and see that our numbers at 70 compared to 244 in Redlands, compared to 150 in Colton, compared to 240 in Fontana, and 1,017 in San Bernardino speaks extreme volumes for what you all decided to do. So what we're asking you to do tonight is to approve a one-year extended, or actually a one-year agreement for professional services with SWAG. That's the Social Work Action Group. Approve the purchase order in the amount of $708,712 for 23-24 fiscal year, and authorize the acting city manager or his designee to execute all the documents. I can answer any questions that you've got, but I will tell you that Rialto not only is a model, but I put it in your staff report. This is the textbook that Cal Poly Public Administration students are required to read. I also put in your staff report the authors that wrote this book. It's the second edition. I put in there the pages that the city of Rialto was recognized in and the efforts that they're doing with the five-prong approach with PD, enforcement, SWAG, public works, and code enforcement.
Madam Mayor, I move approval.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Baca and seconded by Councilmember Trujillo. It's wonderful, but I do have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And I already
And I'm
shared
glad
with
you let me.
And you know, first question is, how come you just have one book?
One book?
Usually some people come and give us all something that we can read. I mean, would you give us the book and we just kind of like a library pass it around or something?
No, ma'am, actually, I actually
So we
included
can
the
read.
chapter that includes
So like
Rialto
back
in the
there
staff
smiling.
report. I figured that was gonna come up, so it's in there for you.
Okay. You just gave me the chapter? Is it
Yeah.
read? Okay. No, I'm glad the numbers look what they look, although that's not the way it feels oftentimes.
I understand that.
And the reason I said to you, I want to look at and make sure that we can see the folks and where they are, because like you said, they were on staff Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4:30.
No, ma'am, 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday, 7:30 to 4:30.
Yeah, so that's 7:30 to 4:30 is those daylight, that evening hours afterwards, that is where you often see some of those who, we have no way to know if they've been contacted, if they've made the choice. And I guess it would be nice to maybe sense when the point of contact comes in the course of the day versus in the evening, because you've got a lot of your officers behind you, your two captains, I see Mark, but it is the evening is usually also where it's the busiest part in our community. And then priority comes on what do you respond to and when can somebody get to something. And so I love that the numbers are low, but it's kind of like, but when we go home at night, when everybody go home, folks come out. And that's when you don't often see the street team or know who they are, or even if they were called. So now you help us understand, we wouldn't see anybody of the team after 4:30 p.m. We would be still seeing our law enforcement.
Hey, ma'am, so let me address that really quick.
And if that's what I'm getting, I just say, well, then that's the part where maybe we need to figure out how does that presence for those of us who are still around in the evening, seeing the ones who, I don't know if they've been contacted, if they want help or they don't want help.
No worries. And what I don't want council to do is walk away from this decision tonight thinking that the homeless individuals in this community are only addressed from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. That's just not accurate. Corporal Martinez, Officer Kislevich, now Guy Tolino, who we just added to the team, they work when SWAG is not here. And if these individuals are not here with this team, then it falls on our patrol shift. So as an example, you'll say, well, we don't have the patrol teams that are available. Well, you give me increased staffing. So the fact is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If SWAG isn't here, then it falls on the rest of the department, because that's the decision the council made by putting the homeless outreach into the police department and taking it away from recreation. And it's working. So when we run across somebody that's in the evening and a patrol officer doesn't have the tools, so to speak, one of these officers is a phone call away that provides vouchers. If a voucher is given to an individual to get them off the street into temporary housing, then SWAG follows up with them the next day, because it's a referral. SWAG will go out to the hotel or motel, meet with the individual, and then start them working to get them into either treatment or permanent housing. So it's a 24-hour day operation. And again, all I'm trying to do is to get you to understand that your numbers speak volumes for what you've decided to do. And there really is no decision. The decision basically is to continue the path you're going, because we can only improve on it.
question. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to show my appreciation. I think the flexibility is really important, and I know when the winter came this past February and it started snowing in the city, that whole week you were able to kind of, you mentioned, and we had this discussion that you were able to kind of change some hours to account for some of those that were, you know, maybe out in our parks or maybe out in the freezing weather, and you were able to kind of help them and connect them to, you know, motel vouchers to get them off the street.
Yeah, all we did is make a call to Aaron, who's the vice president of the company. So we call Aaron and tell him, hey, look, here's what we need. We need either an adjustment of hours, we need an adjustment of the shift of the teams. They work in conjunction with community outreach, and then we actually adapt to whatever the climate is going to be, just like the snowing or the rain or the extreme heat. And then remember, you approved a team of officers that are patrolling the riverbed areas where a regular police car can't get in. You know, that's these off-road vehicles and electric motorcycles. We just were featured on the news just recently when the first heat wave hit, because you have that team of officers along with SWAG. They go into those areas that no one ever sees and contact several individuals that actually were in need of services and help. But some of them don't want our help. But we keep trying. Okay. So it's a multi-pronged approach of what you've all decided that you wanted, and it's working.
Councilmember Baca had a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to compliment the SWAG team and all the efforts that they've done for the homeless. I know that I had the experience of having a pastor come to me and said, I've got a homeless person, and the homeless person was just right down the street right here at the Rialto Bible Church. Mm-hmm. And the pastor said, you know, can you help, Joe? Is there anyone? So I called the captain, Captain Vega, and he immediately called the pastor back and responded back in trying to help that homeless individual. That homeless individual was helped, that was living there for some time. He was given a voucher. He was put on food stamps and received, I guess, referrals for a job too as well. So really I want to compliment the team as a whole, because they did what you're supposed to be doing. And I personally had that experience with someone calling me and needing assistance, and SWAG responded immediately. It wasn't 2 or 3 days later. The pastor could not believe that he got a call immediately, you know, in response to the problem that he had there at the church with that homeless individual, and the assistance that the individual was able to receive. He said, it's unbelievable, I didn't even know that we had such a program. I didn't even know that we could receive help for a lot of these homeless individuals that are out on the streets. So that was very informative, not only to the pastor, but to me as well, because maybe we need that book so we can read some of the things that are going on within our city. But it's very positive, and I just wanted to compliment the SWAG team for what they've done and the efforts that you'll continue to do, hopefully, in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Carazales had some comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to compliment the entire team. I was probably one of the biggest supporters of the SWAG organization and looking out for our homeless population and really addressing the needs of the people that are out there. Because a lot of times it's just, you know, a lot of people are one paycheck away from being homeless. So they don't need to be pushing a shopping cart to be homeless. It's really, it just takes, you know, losing a job and all of a sudden they're homeless. But I just want to commend the team. And when I say the team, it's our Rialto PD and SWAG. The fact that we can have these two entities connect and do such a great job. I've contacted Vega for a few for things that are going on, and you know, he helped out an individual that was living in his car, and at one point there was a disconnect because the individual just didn't want to get help. You know, one thing that most people don't understand is that drugs you know, may have you up one time and then down the other. And so as the swag team knows, at some point you connect with them and they're like, get out of here. I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want help. And then the next day as they sober up, they realize, okay, I want help. So what I found fascinating was that as this individual that we were trying to help cycled through his approach to getting help, our team was there. They were calling him and they were making sure that they were there at their time, because it's not always when the swag team or when our police team wants to help them. Sometimes it just has to come from them. So I'm glad that we have that flexibility and that we have that connection so that we can help them whenever they're needed. But lastly, I know that I've spoken to the chief, and this is probably part of what the mayor brought up, but I would suggest that maybe once a month or every 2 weeks that we change the schedule and that we actually come out and do the sweeps at night. Because if you guys go to the parks, Frisbee Park, every single one of our parks, you'll see cars that are parked there and they have blankets over them, and it's somebody that's homeless. But no one's reaching out to them because in the daytime maybe they do have a job, or maybe they just don't have a place to stay, so they go to our park. So I want to make the suggestion that we can change a schedule, maybe even just once a month, and do our rounds from whatever time that we can accommodate, so that we can make sure that we're addressing the needs of the people that maybe only come out at night. I think that would really, as much as I'm in favor of the swag team, and I think you guys are doing amazing work. When you guys first came on, I was out and I went on a ride along with the swag team. So we really, I see everything that happens, and actually it was kind of moving because there was this one person that was approached, and that person had been neglecting services for like 8 times. And it wasn't me, it was the swag team that got them to say, okay, I need help, I want services. So that's the kind of work that the swag team does, and I'm in support of it, and I'll move for approval.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Caracellas. Oh, well, he said approval, I'm sorry. When did you say?
At the beginning.
So then you, okay, then you could, and then Tree Hill seconded, so I guess it was already done.
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Yep, take picture. Now to the next item. Item 7. Okay, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Brown. Good evening.
Good evening.
Going to present.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council. The item before you is requesting to delegate additional authority for change orders in the cumulative amount of $500,000 to CalMex Engineering for the street overlay and reconstruction project, city project number 180807, also referred to as the Riverside South project between the I-10 freeway and the southern city boundary, and to authorize the acting city manager to execute all documents. The project has been substantially completed and is in the process of closeout. The request for additional authority includes additional unclassified excavation to eliminate varied crossfall and quarter crowns to provide for better drainage and increase commuter safety. Other costs include increased asphalt quantities and unforeseen site conditions encountered upon the construction of the right turn lanes at Santa Ana and Resource. Part of the action for approval includes the transfer of funds from the Riverside Central project, which is anticipated to have excess budget available. A budget resolution will not be required as funds have already been appropriated and are available. The objective of the funding is to compensate CalMex Engineering for completed work and to close out the project. I'm available for any questions.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carrizales. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on to tab 8. Art's still there.
Yes. The item before you is requesting to award a construction contract to Baker Electric in the amount of $609,162 for the Willow Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue traffic signal and lighting improvements project, city project number 230805, and to authorize the acting city manager to execute all documents. The intersection at Willow and San Bernardino Avenue currently operates as a non-signalized intersection. The project would convert the intersection into a fully signalized intersection. On May 30th, 2023, the city received 7 bids with Baker Electric as the lowest responsive bid. Staff recommends awarding a construction contract to Baker Electric in the amount of $609,162 and authorizing the acting city manager to execute all related documents.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Scott and seconded, I think I heard by Councilmember Baca.
Long overdue, by the way.
Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you have one more to go?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, tab 9. The item before you is requesting to accept HSIP grant funds in the amount of $577,710 and appropriate $265,028 from the local measure I fund, award a construction contract to IE General Engineering in the amount of $1,391,338 per the base bid schedule for the Baseline Road Median Project, city project number 170812. Award a professional services agreement to Transtech Engineers in the amount of $136,200 for construction management, inspection, and materials testing services. Delegate authority to the city manager to approve contract change orders in the cumulative amount of $200,000 and to authorize the acting city manager to execute all documents. The Baseline Median project was broken into a base bid Schedule A, and Bid Schedule B to give the city flexibility during the award. The base bid schedule consists of improvements on Baseline Road with hardscaped medians between Riverside Avenue and Pepper Avenue. Bid Schedule A consisted of median improvements west of Willow Avenue and the installation of a fence along the median. Bid Schedule B consisted of the installation of a hardscape median from Pepper Avenue to Meridian Avenue. In December 2022, the city conducted public outreach to 5,476 residents and 137 businesses within the vicinity of the project. On February 14, 2023, the city received 7 bids with IE General Engineering as the lowest responsive bid. Staff recommends awarding a construction contract to IE Engineering in the amount of $1,391,338. On June 28, 2023, city staff
I'd like to move the item with comments. All right. We've went over this project, and it's a project that's going to be a raised medium, and I think I've already discussed it last week in the project we're working on, Water Smart. I just think that we're going to need to make sure our community knows exactly what kind of project it's going to be going down Baseline. And I think you've heard me say that, and we just got to get through the contractor some information out to kind of give the community an understanding of what's going to occur down Baseline, how it's going to look, but more importantly, it's a safety project. So
that's correct.
So that was all I had to say. And any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tab 10. Okay. Oh, good evening. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. The item before you is the annual request to adopt resolutions setting the fiscal year 2023-24 special tax levies for the Community Facilities Districts, 2006-1, 2016-1, 87-1, 87-2, 2019-2, and 2020-1. So the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982 permits cities to establish a community facilities district that allows for financing of the construction of various public improvements and the provision of additional public safety and other city services. On an annual basis, the special tax levy is calculated according to the applicable rate and method of apportionment that was adopted at the formation of the Community Facilities District.
So attached to the staff report are the resolutions as well as the exhibits setting the rates. CFD 2006-1 has an annual increase of 2%. CFD 2016-1 has an annual increase of 3%. CFD 2019-2 has an annual increase of 2%. And CFD 87-1 and 87-2 are annually set to 0. There is a new assessment for CFD 2020-1, and that assessment was council approved on August 9th, 2022. And those are the rates that are in the staff report. So staff is requesting the approval of the resolutions tonight for the assessment rates.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Move approval.
I'll second it. Any questions, any objections? Hearing none, I think the motion carries unless there's anything else needed to be added. That's
Nope,
it, thank you. Thank you, and we're on to tab 11. Hello there, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Paul Gonzalez, Community Development Manager. Before you tonight is a proposed professional service agreement with David Tossig Associates, Inc. for consulting services for a comprehensive citywide contract to evaluate and complete a fully comprehensive review of the city's development impact fees and user fee study for the City Council's review and consideration. Development impact fees and user fees are collected by the city to provide various services to the community, such as a temporary banner or rental of facilities in the city. The Rialto Municipal Code, Section 3.32, empowers the city to recover costs reasonably borne for providing various services through the collection of fees and charges. Mitigation Fee Act.
Paul, I would like to move the item and let you know this is sorely needed and overdue, so. you know,
Second.
Let somebody, hey, we need to update our community impact fees. Oh, Rafael may have a
I
comment.
do have one question. I see Riverside's here, San Bernardino's here. Are those kind of like your local cities around our area that you've done your work in?
The consultant?
The consultant has.
Yes, the consultant has.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So there's no objections. You, I motioned. Who was fast? Who was quick to second it?
Just pick somebody.
Who? Councilmember Scott?
Just pick somebody.
Councilmember Scott. Okay. And there was no objections. Okay. Tab 12.
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Scott and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Carazellis. Any objections, questions? Councilmember Trio.
I look forward to having this one site where you can get all your permits and inspections paid for, so.
That makes two of us.
We could get everything streamlined. So.
Your staff feels the same way.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
And I hope that means electronic too?
Electronic is in use, whether you approved this or not.
No, it.
Now we're getting the most of both.
Don't you dare say that, Aaron.
I'm sorry, and you, I mean, in process. It is in process.
I was gonna say, cause I just had somebody who, person could not use our electronic, cause we don't have electronic. They had to drive it over for the.
Correct.
business
Stage 1 for the ERP is complete. Stage 2 is almost complete. We moved to 3, which is the land management system.
It's not there yet, but okay. Any objections to the motion? Did you figure out who?
No, that was clear. I got that.
Okay, all right. Okay, no objections, motion carries. So now we're into reports, all right? Anybody want to go first?
I'll be quick.
Thank you.
So last week was my daughter's birthday, and we normally leave out of town somewhere fun for her, but this time we had a lot of things to do, so we decided to take a vacation here in Rialto. So we actually stayed at the Eris Hotel, and yeah, I'll tell you, if you haven't, for our residents out there, if you guys have not been to the Eris Hotel, you got to check it out. It truly feels like you're at a destination place. They had just brought in a lot of the outdoor furniture. They had a little breakfast buffet. The bar is still not up and running, but I think all those things are coming here in the next few weeks.
Just let you know, because it's not, they'll let you bring your own.
Oh. But it was kind of a surprise to my daughter. We decorated the room with happy birthday, and she had no idea where she was because we only drove about 5 minutes and we were at our destination. So I encourage our residents to go check it out. And just for the record, I did book my reservation online, so in case anyone asks, I booked it online, so when I got there, I had my reservation, and we just walked right in. But I encourage our community to support our local partner, the Eris Hotel. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds good. How about you, Councilmember Baca?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to correct a statement that Ed Scott made earlier, which is not a true statement. I believe that he indicated that I got $500 from Tim Howard. I did not get a check from Tim Howard for $500. If I got it, it was from an unidentified individual, but it was not from Tim Howard that I got the $500. I wanted to correct that statement, so this way, when any accusations are done, he should do his homework before he makes such a statement.
Right here.
It doesn't say Tim Howard.
It says Howard Industrial. That's Tim Howard.
Okay. Any other things?
Yes, and then I'd like to further state that I was at the open house for Best Western, along with the mayor and another council member who was in attendance at that time. I'm glad to see that there is a Best Western that's coming in, and we're getting an additional hotel in the area. Last but not least, we should look at the possibility of transportation from our seniors centers, with the possibility of providing some form of transportation from those senior centers to the surrounding areas. It was just a letter that I got that indicated that they wanted us to look at that if we're not doing it. If we're doing it, that's good. That's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Scott?
Me?
Why not?
I don't really have anything to report tonight, other than I think it's about time that people in this community let my son rest in peace, instead of trying to dig stuff up under public records requests. He's deceased. He's been gone for 9 years. God rest his soul. Thank you. Have a good night, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Trujillo. So I just wanted to give my report. I wanted to thank Cynthia. She had an amazing 4th of July, and I haven't been able to say give her accolades for it because we were out at the last council meeting. But I just wanted to say how great the events were. I was the only council member there, but I did want to thank you for all the work you did and your staff and so many others in the community that were able to put that event together. It's something that I always look forward to, and always enjoy the band on one side and there's a DJ on the other, and a lot of residents come out and help and really enjoy the fireworks at the end of the night. Also wanted to acknowledge that I was there at the Best Western grand opening. Really enjoyed to see new businesses come in to the football.
It's groundbreaking. You guys,
We didn't open it yet.
Oh, sorry, I meant groundbreaking.
I know.
Yes.
He said it.
But I'll be there too for the ribbon cutting. No, I really enjoyed just kind of seeing.
No ribbon cutting, groundbreaking.
I enjoyed the going to the business corridor and just looking at different up and coming businesses, and so they're actually looking at another plot of land across from the Art Her Medical Center. They're looking at the other side, possibly a restaurant. They're still kind of brainstorming. So I think it's really great to kind of see that family really kind of invest in our city. So just wanted to congratulate them. And then, also, I know I said a few words about SWAG, but, they're a great team. It's you call them, they'll be able to address some of the issues you have when you come across homelessness. I like the interfacing, and just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys have done. Other than that, I just wanted to, I know back to school is coming up at the beginning of August, so I just wanted to welcome back the students. It's been a hot summer, but now everyone's going back to school, and just wanted to ask everyone to just be very careful on the roads as the buses start going back onto our roads, and the kids are going to be walking back to school. So I believe it's August
8th, if I remember.
8th, yeah, beginning.
They start back
Next week. So just wanted to welcome all the kids back. Thank you.
Rafael, I would like to remind you and congratulate you, your anniversary. You've missed it, so I don't want you to get in trouble.
I cut it the last one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That was a month ago. 4th of July. We normally get what's going on in Rialto, and if you don't mind, I'm going to just give my comments and have you come up so we can end on a fun, exciting, and what else is happening in Rialto. But hold on, just 3 things I wanted to cover quickly to acting city manager. The issue comes up about having someone to interpret bilingual resources, and I would like us to focus on that, and let's come up with how do we have someone here that's available at the next council meetings, knowing that people may feel the need to want to communicate. So just wanted to ask that. I don't know if you guys got something going on, but it would have been nice that we could know that what we have going on.
Yes.
Can you address the other issue too?
I did, and I do have some comments after if I could, Mayor.
Okay, good. And then the other thing that was brought to my attention because of the way things happen, I wanted to raise, and I checked this today, that I noticed that we have law enforcement's presence in here, and we've got the metal detector, but I would ask that I found out that we have cameras, but our camera system is only operating in a manner that it only records either we're talking or who's at the podium. But all of these cameras, from what I understand, our system only records. It does not record activities in this room. So I have to give you a point. If somebody was to get up and look like they were going that way, but came up and walked over here and started shooting, there would be no awareness of it. That's what I'm understanding. So I would ask that we look at that from a safety perspective. And the reason I did, because I called to say, trying to keep order, and even though we have our presence, a council meeting back, if I don't think it was the June 13th meeting or whatever, and you guys will recall it, and maybe not, a person got up out of the audience and proceeded to walk over while we were in the middle of a meeting. It wasn't at the podium, wasn't addressing us, hadn't been called. It went over and whispered into the city attorney's ear. And of course, I think the city attorney went like, no. But the point was, it was odd that somebody would get up and, besides being, I'll say, disrespectful to the audience, the residents, and our conducting business, get up and walk over and go back, and nobody really moved or knew who that person was. And so I'm very concerned with that because, depending on who remains, we'll all have different stories of what happened. But I think having cameras for the purpose of really observing, and even to the point like tonight, I didn't know who the camera guy was and the purpose of the recording, and I will only assume that maybe you knew or you knew or you knew. I didn't know who it was. And I thought about that. I said, it's ironic that he would come in here recording, everything in the audience. And when I had just had this conversation with Gabe today, because I said, how is it you would not be able to capture the movement and activities out there? But when we see other city councils in other cities, they'll also show people in the audience and things that are going on. But he said, we don't have that capability. And he only can work with what he has. So it's not that, you know. And then the last thing I wanted to say to the public, I had a conversation, and apparently I had not gotten the clear memo on Pepper Avenue status and decommissioning of trucks. And talking with Captain Vega, I realized and found out that there was somewhere in a code that if we have a road that is shared in multiple jurisdictions, apparently we cannot impose the decommissioning of trucks on Pepper as long as the road is shared, unless we have a mutual arrangement with the other city. So I asked Captain Vega, I would like, and what is that we need to do to start that? Apparently we have not broached that conversation with the city of San Bernardino. So I would like to have a letter drafted for my signature so we can start that conversation, because I thought we had had that conversation and I thought there was a mutual understanding. But it's important because we've invested in getting ready to reconstruct Pepper Avenue. They got the lead, but we put some money, and our citizens are of the impression that we're being disrespected because we're not monitoring the trucks that are still going south on Baseline, on Pepper, down to Foothill. And one thing from what I'm understanding is we can't even regulate it from the 210 all the way down because it's shared. So you need to have this conversation. Yeah. But what I also said, well, then what is the reason why we are allowing trucks to come down Baseline, east on Baseline, from, say, Sycamore, wherever they come, or from Lilac, all the way down to Baseline and Pepper, and make a right and go down Pepper? And I will say I appreciate, Chief, that Captain Vega told me, Mayor, for your safety, quit taking pictures while you're driving in the back of trucks. I'm glad he didn't cite me. But to the point that the residents aren't understanding, and I would like to say publicly, whatever it takes so we can start that conversation, I'd like to have that letter drafted. So city to city, mayor to mayor, whatever it takes, we start that conversation, because apparently it hasn't happened in staff to staff. Okay? And I think that's it, other than to say I enjoyed being at the Airs as well. I did the 4th of July. I took the opportunity to also book a room and to celebrate, because my brother-in-law's birthday, besides it being your anniversary, is his birthday.
And I saw the sign you requested.
Yeah, thank you. And they're gonna eventually, my understanding, just put it on the wall, but they did put it up.
It was up on the wall.
It's painted on the wall now, or it's a sign?
Oh, it was just a sign.
Yes, a sign. Yeah. And it's just a sign that Mr. Ayers said. And it's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that's kind of what we felt. It took a while for us to get that hotel, but stayed steadfast, and it happened. So with that, Ms. Alvarado, your turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Acting City Manager, go ahead.
I have a couple things for you, Mayor and Council. One, just my appreciation for allowing me to be at the helm for the last 7 months. It was a great compliment when the city manager left 7 months ago that none of you had fear in your eyes. It was just let's keep business going as needed, and we didn't really skip a beat. So I really appreciate that. A lot of you do not know that Chief Kling was one of my doctoral professors. And I just want to say, Chief, every doctoral student should go through 7 months of being the city manager if they really want to know what happens in government, because I learned more in that 7 months than any time I sat in school. So thank you all very much for that.
By the way, I think you made it longer than Kling did as an interim.
Thank God.
I think Kling, you only had 2 days, right?
6
yeah,
months.
no, this past week, and I must have called you 3 or 4 times, and he was like,
I had cold sweats every day.
The next thing was, we have gone with what I'll call a beta test or soft test today with open captioning. So everything that you said today, everything that I am saying right now is being typed out and live on the web, on both channels. That was done by Gabe Jasmine, Jonathan Ballard, and the IT crew in a really short amount of time. Really appreciate them turning it around. I said, I'd really like to have a test done by the next meeting, and this was late last week, and they looked at me like I was crazy, and then they did it anyway. So very, very happy that by next meeting, we'll be able to let the entire public know that we are now doing open caption.
And sign language
Spanish
policy?
For the ASL interpretation, we're working on that as well with the city attorney. That is something that requires a certain amount of notice. If anybody lets us know, lets the city clerk's office know, then we will have an interpreter available.
And does it automatically, if, let's say you want to do a Spanish captioning, does it automatically do that? Or
It does not automatically do it, but what we played with today is we're doing YouTube, YouTube Live, and YouTube Live does that. The problem with that is what we're doing is we're into an agreement with a company that has an actual stenographer that is typing word for word. When you do the translation, it's AI generated, so sometimes it's not going to be as accurate, but at least we'll be providing that. I don't have the report yet, but they were playing with the ability to switch to YouTube, the AI generated Spanish.
I guess the question was, I know when we were doing in the state conversion so that people could handle the languages, there was usually a drop down, and you could just plop whatever language you would want to hear it in, and it would accomplish that. So
the language you want to hear in, like SAP, where you've got secondary audio, that is also a service where you've got somebody who is live translating, if that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the languages in terms of it being spoken in whatever version of language, audio. So I guess I'm kind of, that was prior.
It was typed out, Mayor, or it was the verbal audio?
It would be converted and captured if you're watching it.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And that's, I don't have the update on that. We went live with, the test was for English with that test of Spanish, so I'll have that.
Good.
That's why it was a beta, but once I found out that the English side, everything had went well, I wanted to let council know our surprise to you. If you will.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. At least it's nice to know.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make one other quick comment, and our prayers go out to Kobe, who has cancer. I believe that maybe you might want to mention that too as well. And hopefully he has a speedy recovery.
He may not have wanted to have it publicly blasted.
He is doing well in recovery.
Okay.
And I know him well enough to guarantee he is watching this meeting right now.
Okay. Well, thanks, Joe. But
he actually texted me earlier about one of the items, and I told him to go to bed.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Alvarado. Thank you.
Just kidding. Good evening. Here is what's going on in Rialto. The Rialto Players are putting on West Side Story. It's going on now through August 6th at the Rialto Playhouse. Our junior lifeguard program starts July 24th and will go through the 2nd of August at the Tom Sawyer Pool. This is the last week for our summer series Movies in the Park. It will be at Rialto City Park. We will be showing Sonic 2. Fun starts at 7. Our end of the summer camp bash will be Friday, July 28th at the Fitness Center. They will have a barbecue and a swim day. Our Hall of Fame applications are due. We did extend it out a few days ago. I just didn't get a chance to update this, so we're going to extend it out through August 4th. Those who would like to recommend someone for the Hall of Fame can email their applications to recreation@rialtoca.gov. The application can be found on our department website on the city page. Basketball and volleyball fall sessions registration opened up on Monday, and 3 of the 5 divisions in basketball are full, and all of volleyball is full as of now. On Tuesday, August 1st, National Night Out will be hosted by Rialto PD at Rialto City Park. There will be a brisket cook-off competition. I volunteer to be a taster, but I think you're selling, you're selling.
Yeah, $5 you can taste.
Okay, perfect. I will be there. Grace Vargas Senior Center is going to be having a backyard barbecue on August 3rd from 3 to 6 p.m. My dad will be cooking for the seniors. Mobile recreation is being held at Joe Sampson on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Unfortunately, this week it is canceled because of the heat. We have started a bilingual computer class at Grace Vargas Senior Center. It is on Mondays from 2 to 3 p.m. There is limited space, but we are looking at expanding our class a few more days during the week. Splash Ball starts on August 8th at Tom Sawyer Pool, and our next swimming lesson registration will be on August 7th.
All right, thank you so much for that. And I wanted to say one more thing. I saw some interns, new ones coming in, and I see mine in the back that's going to be heading out. And so I want to take this opportunity, and I know he's been busy. He's had a wonderful time over in the day camp to now that he's told me he would like to have 3 kids. So I don't think that's what the day camp program was supposed to be, but I want to take the opportunity to say that Owen Napper has been with us as our intern. He will be returning to college next week, going back to Berkeley, but he's also going off to Dallas for a leadership conference tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's been really asset. I had the pleasure of meeting Councilmember Trujillo's 2 interns. They came out to the groundbreaking, and I just seen them in the hall, and great kids. And then I'm looking forward to seeing, I heard Mayor Pro Tem Carrera Salas has some, so maybe next council meeting, you guys will officially introduce.
Yes.
All right?
Hey, were you in Andreessen Park about a week ago Saturday?
Not Saturday. I was there Friday.
Was it a Friday?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to let you know your voice carries very well, because I was watching TV in my bedroom and all of a sudden I heard you.
Excellent.
And
You should have came out to play. I had martinas,
It was
shooting
too-
cotton balls.
It
in the
was
air.
too hot.
It was fantastic. It was water play.
So with that, Clerk, was there anything else that you want? $5, huh? Everybody can be a taste
$5
tester.
a taste. We raised some money for our mad.
God, I heard some comment that, Fire couldn't seem to get it on I think it was on the chili cook-off. So they shifted to brisket. Now, I don't know, are they going to win the brisket?
Who won the chili cook-off last year?
Vega's wife.
Vega's wife?
No, it was a fire department one last year.
The fire department won? And now you switch on them, right? Now you want to do brisket.
Yes, they're doing brisket this year. We have, yes, we're doing brisket this year. Fire's gonna versus PD. So it's $5 a slice, and we're raising money for our MAD project, which we host MAD the first Saturday in October, which I think is October the 7th. So please look at the website, get your teams ready, but come out and taste PD's brisket or fire brisket and tell us which brisket tastes the best.
All right. Is the bike rodeo taking a hiatus this year?
No, I have an update on that.
Okay.
Well, that's what he said.
Hiatus?
You've delayed it.
Yes,
He
'cause
said
it's
he's
hot.
taking a hiatus.
Yeah, 'cause it's too hot.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, motion to adjourn. All right.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Scott, seconded by Councilmember Trio. No objections, I'm sure we're adjourned. Bye.